lose the links.
Oh, I don't know how they do it.
That are so efficiently sent.
And
You're
recently, there's Gina.
Yay!
All right, just as we
Super.
started it up. Hold on one
Perfect.
sec. Bring her in. There she comes. All right, Mayor Kandel, it's 6:31 Pacific time.
All right. Hello,
We are
everybody.
live.
Thank you. Hello. I would like to call this meeting of the City Council to order on April 12th, 2021, and it's now 6:31. And so we have a roll call, and I can say that all council members are present. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
So move. Second.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we'll do a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Burks?
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And I am an aye, so it is unanimous. So now we have public comments for the closed session only. We will have public comments for items not on the agenda at 7 o'clock, but these are for public comments on the closed session item. Do we have any hands raised?
Right now, let's see, someone just did raise their hand. We'll give folks a second. If you do want to provide public comment on the closed session items, go ahead and raise your hand now. It's helpful if everyone raises their hand at one time so we don't miss you, and leave your hand up until your name is called. All right, having said that, we have 3 hands raised, 4 hands raised. Stella Witherspoon is up next, followed by Grace Dixon, David Clark, and one other. So here comes Stella now.
I have the timer.
Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to speak in favor of the acquisition of the properties in downtown for a park. I should say that my name is Stella Witherspoon. I am a City of Lafayette Transportation Circulation Commissioner, but I'm speaking as a member of the public on this matter. I just really feel strongly that Lafayette's downtown is walkable, but it could be made even more walkable. And one of the ways that we can increase walkability and the willingness of people to walk is by adding amenities that are worth walking to. And I think a park absolutely fits the bill, and it would be a wonderful setting for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? All right. Nothing. No, thank you, Stella.
All right, Mayor Kandel. Well, let's see here. We have Grace Dixon, who will be followed by David Clark, and then Will Elder. So here comes Grace Dixon.
Good evening, Council. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for all of your service. I'm going to try a little bit different approach because I talk to you guys every single meeting about the need for parks and the need for downtown parks. So I'm going to try a different approach tonight. And that is, this obviously is one of your 25% of your top 4 priorities is to increase the vibrancy of downtown. And some may look at the Wilkinson, first off, I'm supporting the purchase of Wilkinson property for a park. Some may look at Wilkinson as a small property, but it's actually 3 times the size of my home lot. And on my home lot, I have a 4-bedroom house and I ran a preschool for 18 years. So you can do a lot with a small amount. And my home lot, again, is 1/3 the size of the Wilkinson property. If one were to look at play elements and fall zones and how big are they and how much room do they need, I can speak to one near and dear to my heart. The Lee Creekside amended master plan is exactly, and I know this from memory, 1,498 square feet, including fall zone. That is only 7% of the Wilkinson property. So imagine what could happen at Wilkinson. Then I'd like to discuss the need for amenities and foot traffic to increase the vibrancy of downtown. Before owning a preschool, I was a senior executive for Macy's. I had a Union Square store and 17 other stores in 6 states across the country, including Mall of America. Something that I know to be true, you need to create foot traffic in order to do business. That's why Macy's, including this year, offers $19.99 down comforters. They lose money on the comforters, but it increases foot traffic in the store. Why does Macy's have a kids department? We always lost money on the kids department because we clearance so many of the clothes, but it created foot traffic into the store. And once you bring parents with children into the store, you have customers for life. And I want Lafayette downtown to have customers for life. Finally, and I'm trying to be brief because I know you guys got to get to your closed session. I know that you as a city council, or I think I know, first off, you don't get paid for this job. So you're certainly not doing it for the pay. Second, you're certainly not doing it for your palatial city hall offices. Third, you're not doing it because you get amazing cushy hours. You're on these calls until 12:30, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I know sometimes I'm with you. So what do you make doing this job? Well, you make a difference. You make a huge difference to every single one of us. And I want you to be the council that has been able to achieve something that this city has not done to date. And that
Time
is
is up.
Okay, circle up.
achieve Downtown Park.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Grace.
All right, coming up next, we have, who do we have? David Clark, followed by Will Elder. If there's anyone else who'd like to speak, please raise your hand now. Here's David Clark.
All righty. Good evening. Hi, everybody. Actually, I don't have much to say on this topic. I just wanted to see Jeff Heyman at work for one more time. No, seriously. I'm speaking in favor of this acquisition as well. I'm thrilled that the city is speaking with Mr. Thomas and his company, and that not only that you're speaking with him, but he's amenable to and cooperative with the process. You may know I'm a member of the Creeks Committee, and we've got a downtown task force. I'm sure you know that, but the task force itself met with with representatives from the LLC, Mr. Thomas at least once. We had 2 meetings that were set up by Jonathan Fox and Greg Wolf. And what we were talking about preliminarily was the possibility of setting aside a space for an easement for a trail, possibly, and more importantly, from our point of view, an easement for a creekside trail at the rear of that parcel. Both of those conversations did not come to fruition. So I'm thrilled that same parcel is available or potentially available now for either one or both of those possible uses in the future. So, and I know that you hear a lot about what's the secret to a successful real estate project. Well, it's location, location, location. Those are the top 3 things. Oh, fine. That parcel is almost uniquely and perfectly located for a lot of uses that we could make of it as a city with respect to a downtown park location. And I'm also appreciative that these opportunities like this don't come up a lot, maybe not very often at all, because the city, as you know, is often restricted by it can only pay fair market value or appraised value, excuse me. So we get in situations where there's potentially a bidding war, we lose out. This is terrific that you're talking about this now, it takes that off the table, that bidding war potential, which makes acquisition of other properties similarly situated, it could make those much more difficult. And Well, I think I've said, I'm in favor of this. I really appreciate your moving forward with it. And best of luck to you in a closed session. Thank you.
All right, thank you too. So any questions for the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you, David.
And thank you, David, for the shout out. Just a point of clarification, God willing, I should be in the saddle till the end of May. So plenty more opportunities to watch the magic mouse here behind the scenes. Okay, last speaker is Will Elder, who's joining the meeting now.
Oh, hello. Good evening, council.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here tonight to support the purchase of the Wilkinson property for a park. I think it's an opportunity that shouldn't be passed up. I don't think too many opportunities like that are going to come up in that area, particularly in relation to the creeks. I am the chair of the Creeks Committee, but speaking on as a citizen of the city tonight. Yeah, I don't think many opportunities will come up, that it's right there in the center of the city on one of the most beautiful stretches of Lafayette Creek that we have in the downtown area. It's at an intersection of a potential east-west trail on the creek there that we're hoping to, to develop. And particularly on the north side of the creek would be great because there really isn't much opportunity on the south, as well as part of the downtown creeks plan identified a connecting trail to East Street. So that would provide a lot of, pedestrian connectivity in the downtown area right there. In addition, there's a beautiful area in the back corner of that lot where you could, create a lot of amenities overlooking the creek. And then finally, as part of the downtown creeks plan, we've identified potentially daylighting the creek and the culvert that's there and creating, a more natural creek setting. And this perhaps would set us up to work on that project, which would be a big thing to do down there. So that's why I support it. I think it's a great opportunity for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you.
All right, no more public comment at this time.
Okay, so we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
Hi, it's Jeff Hayman. I'm Communications Analyst for the City of Lafayette. It's 7 o'clock. We're just waiting for the City Council to come out of closed session and begin the open session, which should happen shortly. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll start the open meeting as soon as the City Council leaves closed session. Okay, let's see here. All right. Here comes Cam. Here comes Carl. And do we have Susan's there? Let me see. Who are we missing? Got to count.
I think we're here.
I think everyone's here. Cam isn't quite on yet, but I'll turn it over to you, Mayor Kandel. There he is.
All right, so we are back from closed session, and we can say that we are going to go resume our closed session item before the end of the meeting tonight, before adjournment. Thank you. So now we're coming back, and we can have public comments for items not on our agenda. If anybody has any comments that are not on the agenda tonight, please raise your hand.
And while folks are raising their hand, I'll just remind them, we do have a caller on the phone. If you are on the telephone, it's *9. If you are on some other device, just use the raise hand function. And it's helpful if everyone who wishes to speak raises their hand at one time, and we'll take you in the order that you raise your hand. All right, coming up next is Cheryl McDonald, followed by Lisa Disbrow. So here's Cheryl.
Cheryl, I can see you but not hear you. And I don't think you're muted. There you are. I can't hear you, Cheryl. I can't hear you.
Cheryl, I think there's something the matter with your headset, so why don't you go ahead and fool around with that, and we'll come back to you. All right. Coming up next is Lisa Disbrow. And we'll come back to Cheryl after that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. I wanted to address two topics tonight. One would be a request to move topics that have numerous public comments connected to them to an earlier portion in the agenda. And then secondly, I just wanted to mention concerns over what I've identified as diversity without respect for all diversity. One of the things that's of note is that each and every one of us, even if we're a twin or a quadruplet, is born individually and we die individually. The economist from Stanford, Thomas Sowell, mentions a very interesting fact in nature, that there is no equity in nature. He talks about animals and that one animal makes it across the highway, the other animal doesn't. We see diversity or lack of equity, pardon me, in our family members. One is talented in music, one is talented in something else. We all have many differences and preferences, character trends, and we're not cookie cutter produced. I listened to the diversity and equity inclusion meeting on the 23rd, and I thought it was really interesting. I'm really glad I attended. After the fact, I listened to the Zoom. But it seemed as though everybody came from the same side of the political spectrum, so that there really wasn't diversity of political thought or perhaps even values. I don't know that to be true, but I think it is an important question to ask. There were different ethnicities and ages, but there seemed to be a very common agreed upon philosophy. There was also a lot of concern for race, but not for individuality or different values. As an educator and a person who's grown up in an urban district, today's youth are exclusively exposed to a very woke, saturated agenda. I'm very concerned that our students, our young people, are not being exposed to people of different values and philosophies or perspectives, because so many of those who are not considered more progressive feel uncomfortable, intimidated. I know that's true amongst educators, those who do not align with some of the standard union accepted philosophies.
Time is up.
Thank you. I would hope that you would consider my comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you, Lisa.
All right, Cheryl has her hand raised, so we're gonna see if we can get Cheryl in. Here she comes now.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Woohoo! So I will concur with the last speaker in that I think in the next meeting on the 26th, we have two big topics, housing and Cam Burks, who had something about how to fight the numbers. I could see those being popular in attendance. So that might be a consideration for earlier in the agenda, following the last speaker. But I'm calling just about the financial help for small businesses. And the last time around where we had the big stimulus package and we had big signboards out, and I was wondering if it'd be possible to put the signboards back out. I've run into two small businesses that are, all they really think about is how to, get through the week and the day with their businesses, COVID changes and all that. So they're not really up on all the city things. And I don't know if they were chamber members or not chamber members. I didn't ask, but The signboards just make it out there, whether they're busy or not, and they're driving down the street in Mount Diablo, they are going to see it. And I think that would be really beneficial to these people. And one other comment is that I did research the city website, and it's under hot topics. If you do another link, it takes you to the business assist, but it's 2020. And I didn't, before I forwarded it to anybody, I wanted to make sure that all that information in 2020 is still good for 2021 before I send it to any mom and pop businesses. So signboards, and is that part on the website correct? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, we don't. Thank you, Cheryl.
All right, no more public comment.
Okay, great. So we will move on to our presentations with the Senior Community Library Manager for National Library Week.
Okay, Vicki, you're in the meeting, so go ahead and start anytime.
Vicki, you are muted.
How's that? Does that work?
Perfect.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Candell, City Council members, and City Managers for VOSTA. Thank you for including my brief announcement in the agenda for this evening. 2 weeks from today, the Lafayette Library and most of Contra Costa County libraries will be opening for the first time since March of 2020. While it's been a very challenging year for everyone, our libraries have been able to deliver front door service since June of last year, offering patrons the opportunity to access all library materials with few limitations. We've been providing reference and library account services by phone during our regular open hours. The number of patrons accessing Contra Costa County Library online services through our website has increased exponentially throughout the pandemic, and patron readership of our online subscriptions to newspapers and periodicals like the East Bay Times and the New York Times has also increased significantly. The local East Bay Times increased readership by 151% this year, and the New York Times readership is up 800%. Streaming film services available through our subscription to Canopy have also shown an impressive uptick by 156%. And last month, the library began offering Wi-Fi hotspots for patrons to check out. Since September of 2020, Lafayette Library staff have been checking out over 10,000 library items to our patrons per month, the third largest circulation in the county. The library's front door service involves filling all orders we receive each day, checking them out to patron accounts by appointment, and staging them in the lobby for pickup. We usually have as many patrons arriving to pick up holds without appointments as those with appointments. Many times 40 to 50 patrons per hour arriving for items. So we are now ready and excited to be welcoming patrons back into our libraries on April 26th as we offer modified library services, which we refer to as grab and go. Patrons will be able to browse, use public computers and print services, and receive reference and account services. For a while, our libraries will look a little different than they have prior to the pandemic. Hopefully before too long, we will be offering our full menu of services, including just being able to sit and relax in our beautiful library spaces, work quietly on a laptop, read the Wall Street Journal, or join in at one of our English or foreign language story times. Although it wasn't exactly planned this way, it seems like the perfect segue going from National Library Week last week to the much anticipated reopening of our libraries on April 26th. Finally, I'd like to offer my heartfelt thank you to our wonderful city manager, Narup, the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation, the Friends of the Lafayette Library, the Lafayette Historical Society, and Karen Mulvaney and Carrie Barlow for the beautiful gift bags that we gave to our patrons all during National Library Week. Each bag with each group's contributions of very cool swag, and Narup can attest to that. And each bag was branded with the inspiring message, Lift Lafayette. And finally, thank you, City Council and City staff for lifting Lafayette throughout 2020 and beyond. Any questions?
No, oh gosh, thank you so much. You guys were doing the lifting. Thank you. And
Thank you, Mayor.
Sounds like a heavy lift. Wow, that the amount of services you have provided, I know have been astounding, and I'm sure our whole community just can't thank you enough. I look forward to the reopening. I'm sure it's going to go really well.
Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure for all of us, truly. We felt very fortunate to be able to continue working and provide that service to the community. So thank you for your support.
Yes. Does any of the council members want to say anything? Vice Mayor Geringer.
Just very similar to the sentiments that the mayor just provided, but Vicki, thank you very much. And I look forward to, being able to be in for a grab and go, and then knowing that that's sort of the first step to being able to be in there sitting in those spaces. I want to tell you that I am one of the Libby users. I'm now just going, wait a minute, why wasn't I using Canopy? I have been one of your 4,900 a day. I saw this presentation at the county board of supervisors. One of the 4,900 a day checking out books. So thank you very much. And thank you for all that you do. And just kind of, as I was saying, I can't wait to be back in the spaces. All that relies on all of us still not letting our guard down and doing our part. It just occurred to me that I was like, yeah, I'm so hopeful too, but we all have to keep working to get there. So thank you for
That's
all
right.
that you, thank you for all, and your team for all you did to make sure that we were still able to access all of the wonderful things in the library.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Drury.
Just a quick comment on the place of the library in the community and how much it's used. Vicki gave you the statistic that we're number 3 in terms of volume of items checked out. But if you look at the first 2, we far surpassed them in terms of per capita items. I mean, this is really well-loved and well-used library. So it's great that you'll be back on the 26th full-time.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. We'll see you soon.
Okay. Take care.
Take care. All right. So we'll go on to the Environmental Task Force update.
Alrighty. Good evening, council members, and hello, Mala, and hello, Narup. I am waiting for the 3 members that will be presenting, and here they all are. And I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. And can everyone see the presentation?
We can.
Perfect. And oh, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Joshua Muller. I am the staff liaison for the Environmental Task Force. I'm a planning technician with the City of Lafayette, and I'm very happy to introduce the ETF members who are presenting today, Greg Moronic, Stephen Kalogeris, and Nancy Hu.
Good evening. My name is Greg Moronic. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you folks here this year. The task force had been on hiatus for almost all of 2020 due to COVID, but we resumed this past January and have developed a work plan to reflect our goals for 2021. However, since we did not have the opportunity to report to the council last year, we'd like to briefly go over what we did accomplish in 2019. First, we continue to monitor the increase in participation levels in both residential and non-residential in the NCE Clean Energy Program, including the participation in the opt-up to 100% deep green. And as always, we're looking for more effective ways to promote the deep green option. Next, we advanced the water efficient landscape ordinance for eventual consideration by the City Council. In 2019, we also researched and prepared a draft ordinance on single-use plasticware, which is awaiting further action pending the COVID situation. We also worked with Republic Service to discuss measures to improve waste collection and sorting, which included conducting waste audits, mostly in the downtown area, to determine what items are being recycled and to try to identify what issues could be observed, such as contamination of recyclables with things like used food products. We tracked the residential rate diversion at 68%. And we also worked with Public Works to evaluate the big belly trash and recycling containers for downtown, which I see is on tonight's agenda. And finally, we administered the Green Awards for 2021 and are now going to plan, or for 2019, and we plan to try to hold the Green Awards in September of this year. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Steve Kalogeris to go over the goals that the task force has developed for this year.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Greg. Hi, this is I'm Steve Kalogeris. It's great to be here. I'll be talking about our goals for the year ahead. Just to quickly introduce myself, I've been a member of the ETF for almost 2 years now. And in our last meeting, we actually decided to institute a rotating process for chair and vice chair roles. So going forward, I will be the new chair for the ETF starting next meeting. Greg was our prior chair for a number of years and did an amazing job. And so I wanted to make sure to thank Greg for his great leadership and, say that I'm excited to follow in his footsteps. So we have one vacancy right now on the ETF. So I'm sure I'll be seeing some of the council members in the near future as I believe we'll be starting the interview process soon for the applicants for that vacancy. So on to our top priorities. We wanted to point out our top 3 priorities first. We recently voted on a prioritization, and these are our top 3. They all, I'll speak about them individually in a second, but just want to let you know that, although they are numbered, 1, 2, and 3, they each pretty much got equal ranking from us. So don't put too much stock in that. But the important point is that for the year ahead, our plan is to dedicate the vast majority of our time to these 3 initiatives. So first, we have adoption of an ordinance for the reduction of single-use foodware. As Greg mentioned, this is one of the things we worked on in 2019 into early into 2020 before the pandemic paused our meeting. It's important to us for 2 reasons. One, obviously the amount of plastic waste in our environment is an issue both locally and globally. There's ways to address it that we think are feasible. And also, this is something that we've already spent a significant amount of time on and have a full ordinance prepared. So I'm going to put a pin in that just for a moment, because we would like to circle back with you to discuss the ordinance a little bit more in detail and get your thoughts on the timing in terms of moving forward on this, given the obviously the pandemic and the upheaval in the restaurant industry, as the ordinance would mostly apply to restaurants. Number 2 is researching an electrification ordinance for new construction. We consider this a priority because probably it's the specific initiative in which we get the most bang for our buck in terms of reducing the city's carbon footprint. With the hundreds, if not thousands of new units, housing units coming to the city over the next several years, an ordinance relating to electrification of buildings, meaning the reduction in gas-powered appliances can make a significant difference without, and it's a process, the process of creating an ordinance along those lines should not be too challenging because there are many municipalities in the Bay Area and California that have already adopted them. So this would be something new for us. We've haven't been working on this to date, so this would be a new initiative for us. In addition to home construction in terms of gas-powered appliances, we'd also like to fold into this the electric vehicle charging infrastructure that's built into or that is a part of the construction process. So it can be a lot more efficient for electric vehicle charging infrastructure in terms of the wiring and the electric panels, for that to be done at the outset when the apartment building or other housing development is being built in the first instance rather than going back and retrofitting. And then number 3, we have exploring alternatives to gas leaf blowers. This is important to us for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, it relates to the city's carbon footprint and air quality. But in addition, probably more than any other topic, it's the topic on which we've received the most community input over the last several meetings. And I think that's because it really touches on a lot of issues. You know, people are concerned about the air quality, plus the noise, plus the emissions. And I believe the city council has been hearing from the community on this as well. And we have definitely been a part of that. These are our priorities for the coming year. There's a few more that I can talk about at the end briefly, but to circle back to the foodware ordinance, I thought since we have this opportunity now, I could give you a little more context, if time permits, on what we've done so far and what are the main elements of the ordinance, so that we can get your feedback and if you have any suggestions in terms of moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So what we've done so far to this point, in 2019, we conducted extensive research into the ordinances that other California municipalities have adopted regulating or attempting to reduce plastic foodware and other disposable foodware, such as takeout containers and plastic utensils and things of that sort. We researched, the alternative products that exist. We had multiple ETF meetings discussing the potential, elements that we might want to include in a Lafayette ordinance, and we went ahead and drafted an ordinance that we thought was comprehensive, and we were pretty much ready to share with the city council, but we had not yet shared it with you, nor have we shared it with city legal personnel. And we haven't really done a full community outreach. I mean, some people have attended the prior ETF meetings and submitted some comments, but we haven't sort of done what I'd consider, sort of a full stakeholder sit down in terms of speaking with restaurants and getting and sharing the drafted ordinance with them. So the ordinance is drafted currently to be implemented in 2 phases. So phase 1, our thinking would be it would go into effect approximately 6 months or so after enactment to give some leeway. And phase one would include the sort of easier to implement features, one being the requirement that straws and stirrers be compostable and given only upon customer request. And the other element of phase one would be a requirement for restaurants or other food establishments to provide 3 separate receptacles: landfill, recycling, and compost, in food establishments where customers are responsible for throwing away their trash, as opposed to full table service restaurants. And so those are the easier to implement ones, but would be impactful. And having the 3 separate receptacles, is sort of a good infrastructure to have in place in terms of reducing the waste stream that's going to landfill. And a number of restaurants and establishments are already doing this, so it would sort of expand what some establishments are already doing voluntarily. Then phase 2 we were thinking would go into effect approximately 1 year after phase 1. And so there's a few elements here. So one is that disposable foodware containers would be required to be compostable. So that would encompass both takeout containers and, if restaurants use disposable plates or bowls for dine-in customers. There would be exceptions if compostable alternatives don't exist. That is one wrinkle. The next element addresses utensils. So disposable utensils would also be compostable and also only given upon customer request, so that we're not handing things to customers that they don't even want in the first place. That seems like especially low-hanging fruit. And that customers be reusable utensils like actual silverware be provided if a customer requested it. So the customer would have that option to reduce their waste that they're generating. And then lastly, the ordinance contains a provision for a surcharge for disposable cups, similar to the bag charge in grocery stores. And that, so those are all the elements. It's across the 2 phases. It's, it's a modular sort of design, so it doesn't, any of those elements could be removed or they could be phased in differently. But, during our, as a result of our survey of the ordinances out there and what makes sense, that's what we included for your consideration. So then the feedback, that we were looking for from the council is, given the nature of this ordinance and now that you kind of know what's in it, how would we want to move forward in the near term? Is this something where, given the pandemic, we just want to put work on the ordinance on hold until sort of the dust settles more and we're back to business as usual? Do you want to keep moving forward with getting stakeholder input, or a temporary pause, or go back to the drawing board, or, there's lots of options. So we're kind of curious to hear what folks think and obviously answer any questions.
Okay, why don't you finish your presentation maybe, and then we'll do all the questions and everything all at once, if that would make sense.
Sure.
Okay.
So Joshua, could you just go to the next slide? So our remaining goals are items that are on our radar and we foresee engaging with to some degree, but don't plan on including them as regular agenda items. One is continuing to coordinate with Republic Service to improve the waste collection and sorting, and also, as Greg mentioned, working with the city on implementing the Big Belly containers for downtown. We can kind of help consult on that as needed. Continuing to promote the Deep Green opt-in, which is a great program, and so we're keeping that on our radar. Reviewing the environmental action plan for potential updates. We'd like to at least once a year to kind of go back to that core document to kind of refresh, and also just to see if it's getting stale at all. Next, research method to encourage people to reduce car idling. This is something we've received fairly regular input on from the community, and so we've started a conversation with some folks in the community on this. So we're going to kind of keep that going, although we don't have a specific sort of milestone on that yet. But we're continuing that conversation, and going to be a resource on that issue. And then lastly, as Greg mentioned, we'd like to restart up the Green Awards, which we did in 2019, but not 2020, and hoping to start getting submissions soon of nominees and have awards ready to award in hopefully September.
Great, thank you. Wonderful presentation and discussion. So at this point, yeah, thank you. So we can see each other again. So actually, I do have a question for Mala. Mala, can we discuss bringing back an item on this? Like he's requesting for us to give feedback on when to bring the single use back. Can we discuss that?
I don't think it would be appropriate to talk about the details of the ordinance. So if the group is looking for details of the specific ordinances, I think we should have a separate agenda description to do that. But if I guess maybe the timing of the work plan is at issue, that I think would be germane to the agenda topic.
Excellent, thank you. All right. So does any council members have any questions of the task force? Councilmember Dawson.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank you guys very much. I know that last year was a tough year with not meeting, and you had taken the single-use foodware issue just to this point here. So appreciate all you've done and your patience. And looking forward to what's coming next. Your top 3 priorities are, I think, really good ones to take us forward into, reducing our carbon footsteps and footprints. And also, just as the city is looking at the new housing issues and all that, I think electrification is a good goal. I would like to ask, what is your methodology as to how you plan to kind of get going on those other priorities, which is electrification and what's the third one there? Oh, the leaf blowers. How are you thinking of moving forward with those?
Well, the general structure I was thinking is initially doing research. So we've already divided into subcommittees. So we have subcommittees in the task force dedicated to each of those 3 priorities. So we have that in place. And then with respect to the electrification and gas leaf blowers, I think the next step for the subcommittee, each subcommittee would be to research the ordinances that have been put into effect in other California municipalities, and then report back to the full task force on what those ordinances say and what is sort of the range of approaches that have been taken. And then I think we'd have a meeting or 2 or so, depending on how efficient we are, to discuss what approach makes sense for Lafayette, and obviously invite folks from the community to chime in. And then from there to put together ordinance language that could then be reviewed by the city council and legal team.
Great, thank you. I think those are, I personally think those are pretty exciting goals. So I definitely support your work. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Geringer.
So also very much support your work and was excited to look at all of the options and all the things that you had coming before you when we saw that as we were setting priorities and goals. And I do want to thank you for, I think the way you worded it was continuing to be a resource around the car idling. And I want to thank you and Joshua for meeting with the Project Earth team of students from Burton Valley. I had met with them a couple of years ago before COVID. So they were also a little stymied and a little frustrated, as I know that the task force was, about being able to continue their work, but with no cars idling around the schools, they did more research. And so I appreciate that you're going to continue to work with them. I think there's some opportunities there, and they're very enthusiastic and very good researchers, is what I had found in the past. So thank you for doing that. And then I know that the MCE Deep Green has, been a priority. I know that former Mayor Tatson did a big push on that as well, or pushed all of us as community members, to do that. And I'm just curious where we are with those numbers and sort of how, I know Greg mentioned looking for ways on how to do that outreach, and maybe as we begin, hopefully in the fall, and as we begin to open up, we'll be able to have sort of more of that tabling at things, but sort of where are we with that?
As far as I understand, and these numbers are from back in 2020 before things shut down, but the total participation was somewhere north of 90%. The deep green option was around a little bit above, or it was around 10.5%. One of the things we've been looking at is contacting businesses, because we think it's been discussed that we might get a bigger bang for our buck if we talk to people who were higher consumers of energy. And it would also be a more centralizing, fewer numbers of businesses to actually have to contact. But we're always open to more suggestions, so.
Just want to chime in there in support of what the ETF's doing. I did a little update on the numbers to the task force after an MCE meeting and checking in with them. And they're definitely willing to help kind of brainstorm with the city to bring up those numbers. And Greg's absolutely right. There's probably an upside to the commercial area. So I know Josh, you asked about that. So once you guys want to coordinate on that, we can ask MCE maybe to come and do some brainstorming with you. Thanks.
Great. Any other? So thank you. Your task force is very near and dear to my heart. I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. So I did, so a couple of things. One of the things you had on your slide was the residential waste diversion rate was 68%. What does that mean? I didn't understand that.
That's basically, as I understand it, that's the amount of waste that's not going into landfill.
Got it. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. All right.
I mean, Bart Carr was the person who was really involved in that and had the numbers on it. And there's, as I understood, there are a few more nuances to that, but that's essentially what it comes down to. Awesome.
So I am a huge fan of the electrification ordinance. If you hear us when we're getting our projects through and approving these projects, right now, since we don't have the ordinance, we kind of just have to beg and just go, please, will you please add these, a lot of and put the wiring and everything. So as we are looking to our next housing element and possibly a lot of growth, yeah, definitely, please, let's get that ordinance in there, and we will have a much stronger case to push on that for all the new facilities coming in. Another thing, I remember sending on a while ago, the county, and Teresa, you probably helped me with this one. So the county has their, it's the county environmental goals, and there's a checklist, and each city we're getting kind of graded by this county group. about which cities are doing well enough or not. So you guys have that. That'd be great. And it's so if maybe at some point, if you take a look at that and just go, yeah, kind of where are we on some of those as well? That would be an interesting thing, because Mayor Tom Butt at Richmond basically put out a little, a bet, a little wager on who was going to be the cities that were going to be the best. And so it is something to think about. And last thing is, we did talk about like equity and inclusion kind of efforts that go along with each of our commissions and task forces. And I don't know, you don't have to respond tonight, but just if we can kind of keep that, the social issues, equity inclusion issues regarding these things, because it can be real. And so that's always something to think about. And so you are asking for us for feedback about maybe when to bring back the single use things. So our governor has said we're going to reopen June 15th. I don't really know what that means for our city yet, and we'll be working on that in the next couple of months. But I just kind of want to maybe get a gauge from the other council members about how aggressive we want to do that as we're reopening, and just to kind of see where we sit. So Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I assume we move now from the question period to the comment period. And I want to start out.
We should probably, do we have public comment on this? Or should we have public comment
Right now,
first?
we do not, right now, we do not have any hands raised, but if the public would like to comment, they can certainly use the raise your hand function or *9. And having said that, a hand has come up. And if you would like to speak, please do put up your hand.
Sorry, Vice Mayor Geringer, I'll get to you right afterwards. Or do you want to go?
Would you want to go now?
Just very quickly, sorry, Carl, the climate action leaders who are doing the report card, who Richmond and Walnut Creek, it's part of doing climate action plans and things like that, are the ones, not Contra Costa County.
Thank you.
And I have some questions about their methodology, so we can discuss that later.
Okay.
All right, you ready for public comment?
Sure.
All right, David Clark is joining the meeting now.
Hi, everybody. I hadn't thought about this until I heard the presentation. And Mayor Candell, when you were just wringing your hands to say, please, 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 it reminded me of the other ordinances that I brought up several times before. There's a tree ordinance and the wastewater ordinance that we're looking for changes to. There's no substantive connection, but I'm wondering if maybe when the time comes, when the ordinance we're speaking about now, when the time comes to put pen on paper and make that happen, maybe there can be some economies of scale, or the same folks doing the same work, such that we could address some of the other ordinances that have been that have not been finalized yet at the same time. I'm just tossing that out there as maybe a cost savings effort. If the same people are going to be working on the same things, we could take care of everything at the same time. So, thank you.
So Joshua, did you have a question for the speaker?
No, I have a response that I think will make David a little bit happy. David, thank you for bringing that up. Definitely with the ETF as a standing committee, we only have so many man hours as volunteers, but concerning the water use one, in the 2019 accomplishments, you saw the WELO, the water efficient use ordinance. I believe that Recycle Smart, which is a semi-governmental authority that works with public services and other people in the Contra Costa County area, they will be sending out a model ordinance for cities within the area to adopt concerning that. So that will take off some of the load in terms of actually developing an ordinance. And the ordinance that they're developing is going to be adoption by reference. So we would be adopting the state's model, MWELO. So we wouldn't have to update it every time. So when the state updates it, we would by default update it. So in terms of bandwidth, that would help with some of these efforts that we want to want to do in terms of passing possibly multiple ordinances.
All right.
Great, thank you.
And no more public comment at this time, Mayor Kendall.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll come back to, sorry, to the deliberation. Councilmember Nduri.
All right, the comment period. First, I want to thank the task force for the work that they're doing, because it's just very, very important. And I want to single out Greg for all the work that he's done for the last few years as the chair of the committee, so the task force. So thank you very much, Greg. And thank you to Nancy for her work as the vice chair of this period. And then we all look forward to working with Steve going forward, as well as with Greg and Nancy. They're not going anywhere from the task force. Commenting on the workload, I think Steve said it exactly right. We haven't on the first ordinance, the single-use ordinance, it hasn't been open fully to stakeholder comment. And I think that's the key thing here, because I think the stakeholders have a lot more on their mind right now. And so we might want to hold off on that for a little while. I doubt, not that I know more than anyone else, but I doubt that June 15th is going to be a full opening. So I think we just want to play it by ear and suggest that the task force consult with the city manager as to how that's going to come along, and then time the introduction of the ordinance or the moving forward with the ordinance and getting that stakeholder input once it looks like things are opening up. Then in terms of the other ordinances, those are both very important, and I agree with what Steve said. It was actually a statistical tie in terms of which one was second and which one was third. So I would leave it to the task force to decide which one to put most of the effort into. Coming back to David Clark's comment and the response, unfortunately, just as there are different pots of money, there's different pots of staff time to develop different items. So we have to be mindful that we probably can't do both of those at the same time. So we'll need to decide which one is going to move forward with staff support and which one then is going to come to the council first. Mindful that if we can get those done over the next year or so, that would be a great outcome. That's all.
All right. Any other council members? Councilmember Dawson?
Thank you. I just have a question about, is the application period ended for the open positions on the ETF? And when do you anticipate interview schedule coming up?
I can comment on that. Yes, the period was open for a month, and we received 3 applications within that month, which is great. And then we have 5 applications on record that go back a year. That's the time span of the valid application. So I will be reaching out to the council liaison. So that's Councilmember Dawson and Councilmember Nduri, and the chair, who is newly appointed Chair Kalogeris, about availabilities. So when we're available, and then I will set up the logistics, and then our administrative assistant, Dana Anderson, will reach out to the applicants about when the interviews, or when they are available for their interviews. So I'm guessing it would be hopefully depending on time, the maybe second week of May, third week of May, and then we can come to the council with, once we've decided who to fill the vacancy.
Great, thanks, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, so I was going to ask when to bring it back. I think, Carl, your suggestion on when to bring that single-use ordinance back, yeah, probably work with Nuru. That makes sense. And understand, and then try to get the stakeholder feedback before, thinking about implementing it. That does seem like good advice. Thank you, Carl, for that suggestion. City Manager Servatza.
I just wanted to, for the benefit of the task force, let everyone know that we have purchased an electric leaf blower at Public Works. We're testing it out. We want to make sure that it serves our purpose because the crew takes it on long walks up and down various streets to clear the pathways. And so we're testing it out. And if it all works well, we will include more leaf blowers in the next budget, electric.
Great, thank you. All right, so do we have any other comments, concerns for the task force? No, thank you very much. And thank you for coming tonight. Okay, so now we will move on to our consent calendar. So do we have any items that would like to be either a motion to adopt it or any items to be pulled from consent? I have Councilmember Nduri.
I would like to pull item G.
Okay. I'm looking to see which one that is. Okay.
Oh, the trash cans downtown.
Got it. Any other council members want to pull an item? Okay, no. And so now is the opportunity for the people, members of the public, if you can raise your hand if you would like to pull an item from the consent calendar. Jeff or Joanne, do we have any hands up?
We do have one hand raised, and
Sure.
it's Bob Mack.
Hey, there I am. Yeah, I just sent her an email and I was hoping that item 8C could be pulled for discussion.
Sounds great. So that was,
which is the commission conflict of interest policy.
sounds great. And I'm trying to find which one that is. Where it go? What is it? 8. Oh, just C. Okay, just plain C. There it is. Okay. Thank you. We'll pull item C. So do we have a motion to adopt?
Well, Mayor Kendall, we have another
Sure.
hand raised. So folks, if you could raise your hands now, if you do want to pull an item so we don't inadvertently skip over you, that would be great. And coming into the meeting now is Jennifer.
You are muted.
Item J from the consent calendar.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, so do I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar, but pulling items C, G, and J?
I move we approve the consent calendar minus or table holding for later discussion, C, G, and J.
Second.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Ganger,
Aye.
Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri,
Aye.
and Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so it is unanimous. Okay, we'll be pulling those later. Okay. So old business. We will go to Sarah Allen and a report on GPAC.
Mayor Kendall, Sarah is not available, but Renata is here. And she will be joined by members of the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Sarah, you should be in, so go ahead and start. I'll bring everybody else in.
So this presentation will actually be coming from the chair and vice chair of the General Plan Advisory Committee. So we will just wait one moment for the rest to arrive.
So do you see Chris in the audience?
I don't see Matt Pease unless somebody has brought him in, and I'm looking for Chris now. Here comes Chris. I don't see Matt Pease out there. Unless Matt is under a different name and can raise his hand. Nope.
All right, we will proceed and maybe he'll join us later.
All yours.
All right, I will share my screen and then hand it over to Chair Lee. Great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kandel, Vice Mayor Geringer, Council Members Andori, Burks, and Dawson, City Manager Srivatsa, and City Attorney Subramanian. Thank you for the opportunity to report about the activities of the General Plan Advisory Committee. We are very excited to be involved with our community and the city government to develop an updated general plan, and in particular, work on the important topic of housing. For the benefit of those watching on Zoom, I would like to give a short overview of the committee's work and its members. The GPAC is a citizen committee whose members volunteered to devote the next 4 years to assist city government in the development of the Lafayette General Plan, which will be used as a roadmap for decision-making over the next 20 years. Our committee is divided into neighborhood representatives, commission representatives, Chamber of Commerce, and nonprofits. Christine Rasmussen represents Burton Valley, Susie Kelly represents downtown, Mike Kim represents Acalanes and Happy Valley, and Jim Cervantes represents Release Valley and is vice chair of the committee. I am the chair and also the at-large member. Commission reps are Carol Singer for Parks, Trails, and Recreation, Don Jenkins for Senior Services, Dick Craig for Transportation and Circulation, Namratha Kasalanati for Youth Commission, Matt Pease represents the Chamber of Commerce, and Beth Needle represents nonprofits. Mayor Kandel and Anna Radnich of the Planning Commission are non-voting members. The best way to reach us is by email, generalplan@lovelafayette.org. The housing element of the next general plan is our first assignment because it coincides with the 8-year cycle of the state's housing allocation process. As you know, by January 31st, 2023, the city is required to submit the updated housing element to the state. The housing element will contain locations, number, and affordability level of each site it has identified to meet the state's regional housing needs allocation, which at present is 2,100 units. Given the scope of this project, the committee has been meeting twice a month since January. In January, we started planning our public engagement process, which is to meet with the public, inform them, and then seek feedback. Examples of educational topics we've addressed in our meetings are the economics of development, SB 9 and 10, the housing element, and the roles of HCD, ABAG, and the regional housing needs allocations. To help us with our feedback, GPAC is using software called Engagement HQ. It can be found on planlafayette.org if you'd like to take it for a test drive. It captures opinions, questions, and suggestions from the public on housing and related issues. We intend to use Engagement HQ for each element in the general plan update to help us measure outreach success and better understand the feedback we receive. In February and March, GPAC presented 6 Housing Element 101 webinars to 4 neighborhoods, youth, and nonprofits. Each webinar included an informational video about the housing element and an hour of Q&A between the public and the planning department. After each meeting, attendees received a 10-question survey. Through the survey responses, we learned, for instance, that 76% of people who registered for the webinar heard about it either through city social media, the Let's Talk Housing mailer, or the weekly roundup. This is very valuable information for future publicity of our events. We also learned that the highest response was for the statement, "I would attend a similar event in the future," which means to us that people want to stay engaged. Committee members who represent commissions in the Chamber of Commerce also presented to their groups since the start of the housing element update in January. On top of that, we also receive and review all public comment sent to us by email and mail. In the next few weeks, we will introduce 2 more programs. The first is a virtual walking tour of the downtown housing projects that are either completed, in process, or approved. This will help residents understand what various densities look like and different ways housing can be built to blend into the surrounding neighborhood. The second is a 4-week series of virtual community workshops where residents collaborate to develop solutions to meet the city's housing needs and state requirements. The workshops are scheduled to begin on April 22nd, and there's a practice session this Thursday, April 15th. Lafayette residents received a postcard about these workshops this past weekend. Information on each session and event registration can be found at planlafayette.org. In addition to our work on the housing element, GPAC has been tasked by the City Council to review and update the city's current mission statement. I'll turn it over to Jim Cervantes to talk about the work of the mission statement subcommittee. Thank you.
Jim? Oh.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to Plan B, which is my phone. Mayor Kandel, members of the City Council, the GPAC Mission Statement Committee, one second, let me mute this. My apologies. The GPAC Mission Statement Committee consists of Matt Peace of the Chamber, Namratha Kazlanati of the Youth Commissioner, myself with Jamie Harris and city staff providing organizational support. As a part of our work, we looked at what other cities have done with their mission statements and quickly noted that there's a really great variance between what cities have done. To borrow a Parks and Rec reference, some look like they're written by Ron Swanson and others by Leslie Knope. And for our part, we're trying to develop something which is really authentic to Lafayette and decided to give the piece a fresh look and rather than just redrafting the current 1968 mission statement. So in this fresh look, we're considering a work with 3 components, which is a statement of values, the mission statement, and a vision statement. And to help clarify this, the statement of values would reflect a summary of the beliefs or judgments that what we consider to be important, which could be public safety, inclusivity, transparency, or other things. The mission statement would reflect the city's key tasks or purpose. In other words, how we go about making those values real. And then finally, the vision statement would reflect on what we envision when our mission is accomplished. In other words, what our ideal future would be. And I should note that some cities have only a mission statement. Others also have a statement of values. Some others have a statement of a future vision. And really, it's up to us and really, in the end, the council to determine what's appropriate when we get to the end point of this. So, as I mentioned, the challenge is to make this work authentic for Lafayette. And to that end, we've drafted a survey to solicit input from members of the community. And a copy of the current draft of that is in the agenda package. We've gone through multiple drafts and we've had some input from the mayor and Councilmember Dury. And I'd like to note that if there's anything that members of the council think we've missed that's important, we certainly welcome that further council input. Our goal is to get this up on the Plan Lafayette website at the very beginning of May and have it up for 6 weeks. and do our best to solicit as broad a range of input as we can get. When we get to the point of having the input, we will get back to the GPAC and the council with our comments. And we might also think about additional outreach, kind of just based on the feedback we get from the survey itself. The thought is to have that in place so we have a sense of what the community feels before we actually get to drafting something. So I would be happy to walk through the draft survey if you wish, but I think it might be better if I just pause here and see if there are further questions on the GPAC presentation that Chris had or the mission statement.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for all your work. It's been a lot of effort's been going into this at a crazy pace, and appreciate everything you guys are doing. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, to Chris and Jim, thanks very much. Just a quick question, Chris, on, when you take people around for tours and you show them projects that are under construction or that have recently been built, do you make it clear to them that either all of them or the majority of them were built with very little control of the city and were compelled upon us by the state legislature?
So the walking tour will be, sorry, Chris, you.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
We haven't fully unveiled it yet, so.
Oh, you haven't done it yet? Oh, okay. I thought you said you did it. I'm sorry.
It's waiting in the wings, but it's not publicly available yet. It will be very shortly. So the walking tour is intended to show a range of projects and kind of how they get done. So there are some, state density bonus projects included in there, but there are also ones that include affordable units, ones that are with the city's inclusionary ordinance. There's just a big range of topics covered in it. So we're trying to show the breadth of what the housing element covers, which does include some state legislation.
Okay, my only suggestion would be not to include some state legislation. It's very clear where our city is headed. And there's many that are there's most of the 24,000 people in our town are not happy about it. I just would hope that you're very transparent with those that are involved and interested, that our planning commission and our city council, if you've watched any of our recent 2 a.m. meetings where we've argued over things or deliberated over things that we actually don't have any control over, you said you talked about SB 9, SB 10, if you're talking about state legislation, I would hope that you're very transparent with the public that are interested in housing in this element, that we're losing local control at light speed. And is that part of your methodology? I'm just curious.
We try to keep it as factual as we can.
Well, that is the facts.
And for the SB 9, SB 10 presentation, we had Townsend and Associates present, Casey Elliott. So when you hear about pros and cons, it's mostly from the comments that are made or the Q&A sessions that we've had. But what we're trying to do is just present the facts and try to educate the residents.
And if I could chime in, one of the things we'd like to do with the walking tour is give people an idea of what things look like, because it's really abstract to say 35 units an acre or something. The idea is to say, okay, this is what it looks like, because that's one of our bigger challenges, just visualizing this. And that was the hope of the walking tour, is to give a real world perspective on what some of these things are. We start talking about these numbers.
Okay.
Right. Nobody understands what 35 units an acre looks like until you show them something that is very well done and is 48 units per acre. So we just want to give them an idea of what you can do on a certain amount of property and how it can blend into the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, my only request would be on your walking tour, you include a nice long walk around the BART parking lot and explain to them what it will look like in about 2 years, and that it won't be a parking lot any longer, and there'll be no parking there. And that was forced upon us by our elected state leaders in Sacramento against our wishes.
You'll be happy to hear it's the first stop on the tour.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for what you do, all of you.
You're welcome.
So thank you. And on that same thread, what I just thought about as part of our thing, could we maybe include an ADU, some of the recent approved ADUs, because there are some right now, and one of them did, and show them, try to find one that I think there's one off of Pleasant Hill Road South, off of one of the roads back there, that has the 4-foot setbacks.
Okay.
In particular, right?
Mhm.
I think Nirup can help, or Greg can help you point out which one that is, and so they can get an idea of what those are looking like, because there's a lot of those going in right now.
Mhm. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions? All right, so I guess should we open up to public comment, or do you guys have more of your presentation before I open up to public comment?
I think that was it.
No, okay,
That's it.
all right. So why don't we go to public comment, and then we can come back.
All right, well, as of this moment, no hands are raised. So we'll give folks a second if they do wish to provide public comment to raise their hand. And no public comment at this time.
All right, so we will close public comment. So do we have any other thoughts for the GPAC committee from council? Vice Mayor Geringer.
So again, I just want to thank the GPAC for all of the work that you're doing. When this was put under old business, you did just sort of get started, and you've really jumped into it and done a lot of outreach. And, I hear occasionally that, people are, well, I didn't hear about that. But if they haven't heard about this, it's not because staff and the GPAC aren't doing outreach. I've seen neighborhood emails, and just very much appreciate and look forward to the results that we get back from the survey and the continued work in Engagement HQ. And look forward to the training on Thursday for the technology on trying to engage people even more interestingly on the Zoom, on the virtual platforms. So just thank you.
Thank you. And we also want to thank the planning department and the city council and all of the city staff that has helped us do our jobs. So thank you very much.
And so I will follow up. Everybody, starting on April 22nd, the next 4 Thursdays are critical.
Yep.
By that 4th meeting on May 13th, we may have a quote unquote draft housing element, and maybe looking at, and the whole process along the way is big and it's involved. We're not reaching out to communities. It's the whole city all at once. So I hope they're extremely well attended. I encourage everybody to go. And maybe we can find out if the council members can watch at least, or hear without doing Brown Act violations, if there's a way to make that happen, because it should be very interesting, those 4 meetings.
I'd also like to add that they are an important opportunity, but we are trying to create parallel opportunities to provide similar input if you're not able to attend. So it is a very exciting opportunity, but it's not the only one. So please do keep an eye out for other ways.
Good point.
So,
yes, Councilmember Burks.
Mayor, can I, yeah, so in you're saying in 4 weeks we will have a promulgated housing element? Is that what I've heard? Or is that
the goal is to kind of have an idea of where growth may be happening, right? Yeah, it's
so
lofty.
when is it going to come back to the council?
Oh, it's not decided. It's a first round. It's a
okay.
let's try to go through let's try to circle through the process.
All right,
And so it's
all
a
right. I
fast
just-
4 weeks and then go. Yeah, it's not, nothing gets decided,
Okay.
but
Yep. That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
absolutely. Okay. All right. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to, before you guys sign off, to say thank you very much. This is a lot of work, a lot of meeting time, and not only that, the planning in general, but the mission statement on top of that it's important work. And I just am so appreciative of all your efforts and all your time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I guess that's it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so Section 10 staff report. I just saw that. We won't be doing that. And
We
there's
have no
nothing under
staff
there.
report, Mayor?
Great. And then no public hearing. So we'll be going now back to the items removed from the consent calendar. So we will first go to 8C.
Thank you, Mayor Kendall. Would you like me to give a brief staff report on 8C? Great.
Please.
Back in March of 2018, the council at that time adopted a conflict of interest policy for planning commissioners and design review commissioners and their firms. And it required that firms and affiliates, as well as the commissioners, not represent for compensation any client, customer, or person before the city. And if such did happen, a commissioner could not recuse themselves or abstain from participation, and the commissioner must resign, and that any violation of the policy would be grounds for removal. Very recently, Design Review Commissioner Seidel's firm unintentionally worked on a project located within the city. The property owner and the firm believed that the property was located in the city of Orinda, and it was only once a submission was sent to the city of Orinda that it was realized that the property was actually located in Lafayette. The property had an Orinda mailing address as well. Once Commissioner Seidel realized the situation, she notified planning staff, who then notified me. I had made the suggestion because of the unique situation of the circumstance that Commissioner Seidel, who is available and is an attendee, bring this to the council's attention and ask the council for consideration to see if this policy may be waived. Again, considering the unique situation, the nominal amount of work that has been done. Commissioner Seidel is available to answer questions and to present, and she has also requested that the work that her firm completed after she was made a design review commissioner, and once it was realized that the project was in the city of Lafayette, it amounts to about $855, be allowed to be billed. It has not yet been billed to the project applicant. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. And as I mentioned, Commissioner Seidel is also available and can be brought into the webinar to present.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any questions from council? Okay, so thank you. All right, I guess I will go to public comment if there's no questions. Okay, let's go to public comment.
All right, we have one hand raised, and that's Bob Mack. If anyone else would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand now.
All right, there I am. I guess since I asked it be pulled, I should probably do a public comment on it. So I sent in the email, hopefully you read it, that the commissioner needs, clearly violated the policy because that's why it's on the agenda tonight. And they must be resigned or removed from the commission. There's city attorney talked about it being a unique situation. Well, frankly, every situation is unique. So just saying this one is uniquely unique is kind of irrelevant. The commissioner failed to do a basic due diligence. That's not grounds for waiving a policy. The policy is intended to provide clear standards, which it does. Any affected commissioner must resign. It's very clear and unambiguous. The resolution says it's of great importance and there should be no appearance of conflict of interest. And this is clearly an appearance of conflict of interest. Now, when this was approved back when it was a big deal. And I think Councilmember Burks is the only remaining council member from that era. And I think Councilmember Burks, you were a leading advocate for it, if not the leading advocate for it. And it was a big deal. It really was. Several commissioners resigned, and the council knew in advance that these commissioners were going to resign. And this policy was still so important that it was worth the consequence of losing those commissioners who, none of them had done anything wrong. In fact, after the resignations, there weren't enough planning commissioners that the city council actually had to take on the duties of the planning commission until the planning commission got staffed back up. So I think this is the first time I've heard of that the council has an opportunity to actually enforce this policy that was deemed of great importance. And it just seems really inappropriate for the city to go, oh gosh, never mind. We didn't really mean it. Now, saying that it's, small or minor inconsequential is kind of irrelevant. It kind of falls into the land of it's unfortunate and maybe falls in the land of unintended consequences. But, where'd it go? It's really very clear that any affected commissioner must resign. So I guess that's kind of what I've got to say. It was, the intent and the purpose and the goal is to create integrity and no whiffs of any, inappropriate behavior. And, here's the first time the council has to rule on a whiff. It would be nice to see the council actually honor, its own policy that it deemed very, very important. So, sorry, I keep going back and forth between my notes. So yeah, so if the council doesn't like it, you can change it. The 5 of you have the ability to do it, but unless and until the council decides to change it, you got to uphold it as it is. So those are my comments. Thanks for your time.
I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Bob? All right, I don't see any questions, Bob. Thank you very much for your comments. Any other public comment?
No more public comment.
Okay, so we will go back to deliberation or speaking about this. Does anybody want to begin? All right, I do want to say that I grew up about, I don't know, maybe 1,000 yards from the address that they were working on. And if you look at the map, never would any of us that grew up, until I was until I moved out for college, would have dreamt that that was a Lafayette address. Lafayette was around the curve and down, not up above on those, I was on one of the other side roads that paralleled the side road. And so I'm as surprised as probably everybody else that was in Lafayette and not in Orinda, because just common knowledge would have put that in Orinda. So that is my comment. And I thank our commissioner for being so upfront as soon as it happened. And personally, I think it really honestly was a mistake. And I'm willing to let it go. We can talk about the money that they're asking for to be billed to her thing before they found out that it was in Lafayette or not, by parcel rather than by address. If anybody has any comments about that. Councilmember Dawson? Or Councilmember?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to express a kind of a similar thought as you, Mayor Kandel. When I Googled that address, it comes up with interesting terminology. It has this 49 Robert Road, Orinda is a single family household house located in Lafayette. And it's like, that's really interesting. There's some it's obviously undefined in a lot of ways. And I could see where the confusion could be because it's Orinda. I mean, and this is just a random search on that. So it's not really, it doesn't make any sense. So I can understand where there's confusion, and I can understand and appreciate Commissioner Siddell's proactiveness in pointing this out. And I agree, it seems like it was it definitely seemed like just an error, just a mistake. And I've seen that happen in other instances in terms of the location being vague, because the lines are hard to draw there. But I think there's the intention of the ordinance and the spirit of the ordinance. And I don't think that what happened here really, goes as a conflict of interest. I do think it's a mistake. So that's my interpretation of that.
Councilmember Burks, you had your hands up.
I did. So, as Mr. McLean said, yes, I was involved in working with our city attorney and former council member Sampson. Councilmember Sampson, Councilmember Mitchell, myself voted in favor for it, and the Mayor Tatson, and Vice Mayor Anderson, I think at the time, voted against it. And it was quite controversial, and many did resign on the Planning Commission. We did have to, as a council, serve as the temporary Planning Commission, I believe only for one hearing that we got through pretty quickly. This, in my 5 years, was probably top 3 most contentious issues in the space of making rules. I believe that a professional firm such as Commissioner Seidel's should have known, certainly should have known what city that property was in. I could see a situation in many countries that I've lived in overseas where there could be some confusion around what city a home is located in, or a property or parcel is located in, but not in California, not in the Bay Area. Commissioner Seidel did come into the Planning Commission, and she did state what had happened. But at the end of the day, technically it's a violation of the ordinance, and I am a big believer in staying firm and to this specific ordinance. We haven't had an issue or an item or a matter come before us around this conflict, or an allegation around the conflict. So my feeling is not the same as the mayor's or Councilmember Dawson's. I understand both of your reasoning very much so, but I'm a little bit more black and white when in the area of integrity. We passed this ordinance because there was a problem, and it was a systemic problem in this town. And those that resigned will never like me again and say that there wasn't, but there was. And tens of thousands knew it. So I am not in favor of giving Commissioner Seidel a pass on this. That's my view.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor Geringer?
So prior to, were you going to pull this, Councilmember Burks? Do you mind if I ask? Okay. There were moments when I have concerns with that policy and that ordinance, as was brought up, during the campaign and all of that. And so coming back and looking at it, I appreciate that since it is the ordinance that is on the record, that we should uphold people to that. But I am very torn by this was an inadvertent mistake. I think that two of my colleagues have said that, and in looking at the map, we could do more due diligence and all of that, but I do feel that Commissioner Seidel came forward and, pointed out the error. And so I'm torn on this. Coming in, I was prepared to say, yeah, it was an inadvertent mistake, and to, agree with council that we should, I don't even know if make an exception is the right word, but I'm still currently leaning towards supporting council in saying that this was an inadvertent mistake. And I, at some point, not tonight, and wouldn't necessarily, fall on my sword on this, but I think it is worth us looking at, because if there are these areas, we could say it's very black and white, and it's perception. I remember all of these same discussions happening at the time. I wasn't on the council, but followed that very much, that this is a point right now where maybe we need to relook at it. But tonight, I do believe that was an inadvertent mistake. And as Mayor Kandel said, we can come back to reimbursement, but I don't know that I would say that on this inadvertent mistake that Commissioner Seidel needs to step down.
Councilmember Drury.
Yeah, I agree that this is the ordinance, so we need to enforce it. But to me, this was clearly an inadvertent mistake, given the size of the project, given the fact that it had a Orinda mailing address, and all indications were that it was Orinda. The fact that they went to file the materials in Orinda, everything indicates to me that they, in good faith, thought that this was in Orinda. And once they found it, once she found it wasn't in Orinda, she immediately disclosed. So I'm not sure what purpose is served by asking her to resign or removing her from the Design Review Commission. I don't see that it provides any guidance for the future. It doesn't set an example. I don't see this as a situation where confidence is eroded in our processes. In fact, I think the way she came forward immediately, it instills confidence. So I'm in favor of the staff recommendation, and we'll be prepared to make a motion when the time comes.
Okay, great. So thank you. I do want to follow up that I believe wholeheartedly in this ordinance and support it, and believe we were, and I know based on that last FEPC ruling that we did have commissioners that were violating it. And I think this was a good policy. And I agree, Carl, that was very well said in terms that it does instill confidence that people are following it and believing it and doing the right thing when they can. So, so if I will entertain a motion, if we want to talk about reimbursement, or maybe we'll have it as, if you want to have a separate motion and then have a reimbursement motion separate.
Well,
Councilmember Drury, yeah.
I'll defer to you. I was intending to put it all in one motion, but I will defer to your wishes on that.
Does anybody want to talk about the reimburse? Well, that's the tough part, right? Okay, go ahead when we try for the motion and see how it goes.
Okay, well, I move that the council waive the inadvertent violation of the conflicts policy and allow Commissioner Seidel's firm to bill for the work performed prior to learning the location of the project was in Lafayette.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments, any discussion? Okay, So if there is no discussion, we will go to a vote. All right, so Vice Mayor Geringer,
No, and probably I should have said, I think we should have the two items separate, but we can do that after, sorry. So I'm going to say no.
all right, so Councilmember Burks.
No.
No, okay. Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I will withdraw my motion because I don't
Okay.
think it's to be the right process. So I will withdraw my motion if Councilmember Dawson will withdraw her second.
I can withdraw my second.
I'll
Thank you.
withdraw the motion.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Mayor Kendall, may I try another motion?
Yes, you may.
I move that the council waive the inadvertent violation of the policy by Commissioner Seidel.
Second.
All right, do we have any discussion? All right, no discussion, so we will have a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Burks.
No.
Okay, and Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am a yes. So that one goes through on a 4-1 vote. Thank you. And then now do we have another motion and possible discussion on reimbursement? Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I will move that the council allow Commissioner Seidel to bill for the work performed by her firm prior to the firm learning the location was in Lafayette.
So that includes, just to be clear, that includes the 855 plus the 2620.
No, that would be just the 855 because the 225 was after they learned it was in Lafayette.
Excellent.
So
Okay,
that-
so just the 855.
Yeah, they'd be foregoing the 255. And
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so let's have some discussion. Vice Mayor Geringer, did you have discussion?
Excuse me. So I'm torn on, I understand the before the mistake and it seems like such a minimal amount, but it is money that is going to go to benefit Commissioner Seidel's firm. And I just think that for me, I think that that's a clear line. So, I mean, the whole piece of it was difficult from a standpoint of either follow the whole policy and enforce it. And I just think that no money being crossing on this is where I'm standing. So I would be prepared to vote no on reimbursing any of the funds. And I see Councilmember Anduri can answer my concerns or.
well, it's just that I have a different view on it. I'm approaching it from the standpoint that this was inadvertent, and I also, again, given the value of the project, I think the duty to investigate was lower. You know, if this had been a project where the fee was in the hundreds of thousands, architecture fee in the hundreds of thousands, then clearly they would have looked at the parcel number. This is not that kind of project. So I can understand, not when every indication, outward indication is that this is an Orinda, that due diligence wasn't done. So we've waived the violation. I think maybe in retrospect, I would have said that we found no violation because it was inadvertent. But because she didn't know, because in my mind, there wasn't a violation, I think she should be able to be compensated for the work that she did. Once she did determine that it was in Lafayette, then I think that's fair that not be compensated.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, Carl,
Mala-
oh, sorry. Am I muted?
Oh, no, Mala kept turning hers on, but sorry, go
Oh.
ahead. I'm sorry, I was out of order. Sorry, Councilmember Burks.
No, that's okay. Did I interrupt you, Mala?
No, you
Sorry.
didn't. You can go ahead and speak. I did want to make a clarification on the policy, and I can wait till Councilmember Burks has spoken.
Okay, I see that Mayor Kendall's here calling.
Oh, no, please, Councilmember Burks. Yes, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Listen, I don't respectfully don't agree with Councilmember Anduri. She made a mistake. What happens when the next planner or commissioner makes a mistake? This is the first time we've had a commissioner, make a mistake associated with an enforcement ordinance, and we're giving them a pass. What does that say about all the ordinances we just discussed that the environmental task force wants to literally bog the staff down with for good ordinances for a year? I mean, if the excuse is I'm speeding going 90 miles an hour and I get pulled over by CHP and I say I made a mistake and they say, okay, yeah, you made a mistake. It was a bad mistake. We'll let you go. I mean, it is a ideological argument, I guess, or debate, but I just don't. And the money. I mean, this is a mess. I mean, what I see here are my peers that either like the ordinance or don't, and that's how they're voting. And I'll just be transparent and say that my vote is no when you call for the motion. I got to take a work call.
Okay. I think Mala was going to be next. Can I let Mala?
Thank you, Mayor Kendall. I did want to clarify the policy just so that in case it changes any perspective. The policy is represent for compensation. So the $855 is the compensation aspect of it. The amount that occurred before Commissioner Seidel was sworn in does not relate to the policy because she was not a design review commissioner. And you can see, I think there's some $200 and some dollars that is not being charged. So the only part that is being for compensation that would be the violation of the policy is that $855. So if you don't waive that, or if you don't allow her to bill for that, I mean, one of two things could happen. She could not bill for it, and she didn't actually violate the policy because it wasn't for compensation. And then alternatively, if she wanted to bill for it and you didn't allow her to, then the question is whether she would want to resign.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Anduri.
Well, as a point of personal privilege, I have to respond to Councilmember Burks's comment about people are voting. I thought I made it clear in my opening sentence that this is the ordinance and we're enforcing the ordinance. So my vote has nothing to do with the way my original position on this ordinance when it was going through the council. I hope that is clear. Another response to what Councilmember Burke said, going 90 miles an hour is not a mistake. Working on a project where you think the address is Orinda, that's a mistake. So it's apples and oranges.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Councilmember Dawson. Okay.
Yeah, let me just, I just want to thank Carl for responding. I respect it. Thank you.
I just want to, Mala, maybe you can answer this. Does Commissioner Seidel, because does she do a Form 700 like planning committee, or is it only council and planning commission that does that?
I know Council and Planning Commission does. I suspect Commissioner Seidel also does a Form 700. I don't know if Joanne might be able to confirm.
Yes, all design review commissioners do Form 700s.
Okay. Does that pose any problem in that? She'll have to then disclose this, I imagine, or no? Okay.
It doesn't change anything. Your policy is just a local policy, so she would still comply with any state requirements.
Okay, so it's all, yeah, it's all. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to ask that.
Okay, so I'm definitely far more, I was understanding the ordinance as Mala explained it, and I think it puts us in a much bigger pickle if we allow her to be paid, even though it was a mistake, but she was a sitting commissioner. And that's where I struggle with that. I go, I don't want to set that precedence where we're allowing her to be paid. I know she made a mistake, but like Mala said, if at this point she really wants that money, then maybe that'll be her choice at that point. I don't know if that would, I hope that's not her choice, but I don't know. That's not a decision that I think I should make for her. And now that that's out, but that's where our ordinance, that's where our line in the sand on our ordinance does draw a line, is in the compensation. So I do not support allowing the $855 in compensation, mistake or not. I think it just makes it hard for us to move past that in the future. So are we ready for a vote, or do we have any more discussion? Councilmember Anduri.
Just to make sure I understand Mala's comment, were you saying that if she takes the money, then there is a violation? I thought what we just did was look at the situation and conclude that she hadn't violated, or that we were waiving the violation.
The violation occurs only if she bills for the $855, because that's the compensation. And so.
And she has, and we've just voted to waive the violation.
And maybe I should confirm, and I know Kristen Seidel is on, but maybe I was presuming she hasn't already billed and obtained the $855. I had presumed she's waiting for this determination to actually bill and receive that amount of money. And I see she's joined.
We have not billed for the $855 or the $225. The $855 was referenced on an invoice with no charge, and then the $225 has not been invoiced. So the only thing that has been billed to the client and paid by the client is everything that happened prior to my swearing in. And then I don't know if it's relevant in terms of the confusion on us knowing that it was in Lafayette. I'm not working on the project. I actually haven't talked to the client about it, and it's not my staff. I mean, it is my employee, but I'm not sure why we didn't do the due diligence to learn it was in Lafayette. I agree, we should have known that, and that is the mistake. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Seidel, very much. And thank you for staying on tonight and answering our questions. Appreciate it very much. So that being said, are we ready for a vote, or do we have more discussion?
Well, again, I understand it hasn't been billed, but I thought that we were assuming it had been, that there was compensation, and because as you said, what was there to waive if it, why were we discussing it if the compensation wasn't involved? So I think we were sort of assuming there was compensation, and we just moved to waive it.
I think it was my understanding that she was asking for guidance, right? Like she's asking us to do that, not that she had it, but she was asking us. That's how I read the memo. Is that right, Mala?
She's asking to bill for that $855 because she has not billed for it. And so billing for the $855 would then have the waiver of the policy, because that's the compensation. If she doesn't bill for the $855, there's no violation because she hasn't been compensated for the work once she's been a design review commissioner, her firm.
Councilmember Dawson.
So, Mala, I'm just a bit curious then, because the recommendation is to consider waiving the inadvertent violation, which we've deliberated upon, and allow the firm to bill. So I see that as a recommendation. Is it your recommendation now, based on what we've moved on, to disallow the billing?
No, I just wanted to clarify that if you disallowed the billing and Commissioner Seidel did not bill for it, she did not violate the policy. It was kind of clearing her name, that she did not violate the policy, and as such, you did not need to waive the policy, which I know is a concern to many of you. So that was really my point, is to clarify that point. She's asking you to allow her to bill for that work, which also then requires a waiver of the policy.
Which we've done, and now we're considering that second part. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So knowing that, I'm of two minds. It's like we've just done that first part, and I could see if that's waived, we don't consider that a violation. It seems it would follow then that she should be able to bill. But I do see she was on the DRC at that point, even, so that's kind of the tough part to kind of separate in mind, and also in, where do you draw that line type of thing. So Councilmember Anduri, I know where you're coming from. I it seems pretty straightforward once we've just accomplished that first motion. So I would follow that then with what we were just talking about.
So you support the motion, or you do not support the motion? Just
because I just
for
seconded
clarity.
it. I'm trying thinking wait a minute, with this further deliberation, I'm trying to think okay, because it in my mind, if we've waived that, then it's not at issue. So if it's not at issue, the billing should be able to go forward. But there's that caveat of, well, she was on DRC at that point, but based on our first motion, it like I say, I think it follows that we should, that I would be of the opinion that we should allow the billing.
Okay. So, thank you. Councilmember Burks.
Was there a motion did Councilmember Anduri make the motion to waive the month?
Yes,
waive the 800
he did.
bucks?
And that's, I'm getting to finish the discussion so we can get back to that vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the discussion for me is why? I mean, I want to put this on YouTube. Well, this is already on YouTube. How do we do this with integrity? How do we let her? I mean, she's a volunteer who's is awesome, and all of our commissioners are awesome, and she just came on and she was straightforward, and I don't like this any better than anybody on the screen, but how do we give her a pass and then pay her? How do we do that when we have an ordinance that we passed by a majority vote of a different city council, but a city council? I mean, the ordinance is laughable then. I mean, I don't know. I just, that's the way I personally feel. I respect everybody's opinion on this council, all my peers, even if it's the opposite of mine, fully respect. But that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any more? Councilmember Geringer.
So, first of all, Carl, could you repeat the motion? Because I keep hearing different people saying different things. You're on mute.
Okay, this motion is that the council allow Commissioner Seidel's firm to bill for the work performed prior to learning the location of the project was in Lafayette.
Okay, so, and I apologize, I read this recommendation. I looked through it multiple times. I do have a problem with the being able to bill. And so probably at the very beginning on the first motion, we should have kept them together, and I would have voted no to not allow it. But, you know, where we are now, it does still come down to the money. And I get that we have now waived, and she doesn't have to step off, but I'm still against having any billing for this while on the DRC and in alignment with the ordinance. And so I apologize for the, you know, sort of confusion at the beginning, but I would say that if we're looking at this, it would be no on the inadvertent violation of the policy. But if we don't give the money and she stays on, then that would have been the ultimate result of the no vote in the first place. So I'm still no on the money.
Okay.
And sorry
thank you.
for that circuitous.
No, it's okay. Thank you. It was a process. We all go through it. All right. Do we have any more discussion?
I would just say if we bill, it would have been a violation of the ordinance. If we don't pay her, it's not a violation of the ordinance. Is that correct, Mala?
If she does not, if you don't allow her to bill
Right.
for the 855, and she does not bill, then there's no compensation. And so there's no violation.
So, you know, is there any procedural way to unwind the first vote so I can remove if we decide not to allow the $800 billing where it would render no violation to our ordinance, I would not like to be in favor of removing her from the commission because it wouldn't be a violation of the ordinance. I mean,
Oh, I see. But that vote passed, right? Is that?
You know, you can always, I don't know if you want to reconsider it, and Joanne, you'll have to remind me. Typically, if Robert's rules apply, and I can't remember if we apply them, reconsideration can happen at the same meeting by someone who voted in favor of the motion. And I also think that you may want to hear again from Commissioner Seidel. I think she may want to speak again, and it may be helpful to hear from her again. If she wants to speak, she can raise her hand.
Okay, so Councilmember Burks, are you saying that you do want to go and reconsider another vote?
yeah, I take
Okay.
every vote, every
Mayor,
personal vote. Oh,
Damn.
Well, just say Councilmember Burks can't ask for reconsideration, but as a yes vote, I can ask for reconsideration.
Okay,
So
thank you.
okay.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Seidel
Should
and then see if we'll. what
Great,
the-
thank you. Commissioner Seidel, thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me speak again. It was never my intention to violate the policy. It was never my intention to create such a complicated, lengthy discussion. In every way, I tried my best to bring this up as soon as I learned the project was in Lafayette. It wasn't even subject to design review. It was a fluke that my staff mentioned it. So in the interest of respecting the policy that you have and respecting all of the principles you all have, I'm happy to resign from the Design Review Commission. I don't want to detract from what you guys see as the value of a policy that I also would support. So I will resign.
What,
Can
are
I-
you
No.
offering? We're
offering-
trying not to have that happen. We're trying desperately, I believe, in this conversation to make sure that that does not happen. I think that is.
Well, Mayor Kendall, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I don't agree with you in terms of what our intentions are associated with this discussion. I think we're just trying to make a decision based on staff recommendation. Ms. Seidel, you're wonderful. You seem wonderful. I don't know you personally, and I thank you for your service. I just wanted to, you know, and it would seem to me just in the few minutes you've spoken that you're a fantastic commissioner and you would continue to be a fantastic commissioner. But this thing just got kind of turned around in my opinion. And I don't, and Councilmember Anduri cut me off if I'm stepping on the first vote, but if we voted maybe perhaps on the money on the first vote, then that would lead us to whether or not there was a violation or not, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
All right, Councilmember Anduri?
Can I confirm with Commissioner Seidel that you're willing to forego billing for the $855?
I'm willing to forego, but I also don't want to create a complicated situation. I mean, it all feels a little like it's a situation that's getting away from itself. And if it makes more sense to have a clean line, I'm happy to do that. I mean, it's.
Okay. As I understand from the city attorney, if you don't bill for the $855, then we have a clean situation.
Right.
We don't have a violation.
At all, right.
And can I add one thing before you answer, Commissioner Seidel? Since I was the main proponent of this ordinance back when I used to get a lot of hate mail because of it, you aren't doing a disservice by prompting this discussion. You're actually doing a service to us, because it's the first time we've debated a matter to try to work through an issue associated with it, and we're learning from it. So I look at it as a positive, and hopefully we'll get to where we want to go with it. So I just wanted to say that as the one who was the one who prompted the ordinance in the first place.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur very much so with Cam. Thank you so much. So we are working through this, and I apologize that it feels painful right now, but we will get through this and hopefully to a good resolution for everybody. So Councilmember, okay, so right now we have a motion and a second. We have a vote that happened initially that I believe Councilmember Burks would like to change his vote on. And do we have to finish the motion that's on the table first before going back to that first motion?
The motion in the second, I believe, is to reconsider the original motion.
No, it's the money, is the reimbursement right now. That's the motion on the second on the table. And so
depending on how that vote turns out,
okay,
is I would beg Councilmember Anduri's.
Can I then
go ahead.
Prompt this? Can I withdraw my second, so then we don't have to go through that motion? Would that be helpful to that process? Because I do think it would be helpful to reconsider our initial motion.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember Burks, were you in the middle of a statement?
I was. Well, not
sorry,
nobody interrupted me. I'm sorry if I jumped in, Mayor Candell. Listen, if we vote, I'll just say it outright. Mala, tell me if I'm breaking the rules here. If we vote majority to not pay the $800, I would like to rescind my initial vote associated with relieving Ms. Seidel from her position. Does that make sense? Since there would be no violation, since we would not be compensating her firm.
I think, Councilmember Burks, what you're saying is if you vote to not allow Ms. Seidel to bill for this $855, the previous vote was to waive the policy, but the waiver of the policy would not be necessary if she does not bill for any work to this client from when she became a design review commissioner, which she's already not billing for the $200 some, so that it's only the $855 that's at issue.
That is exactly it, with one caveat at the end. Every vote I make, to me personally, since people put faith in me when they elected me, counts. So if there's a way we could go back and revote on that, I would beg my peers to let me do it if it's possible.
Okay.
If not,
All right, so Councilmember Derry.
And I suggest a procedure, and I want to clear this with the city attorney. If Commissioner Seidel tells us she is not going to bill for that amount, then I will withdraw the motion about allowing her to bill because it's now moot. As I understand it, the first resolution is also moot, but in the interest of clarity, I will ask, let's see, what's the best way to do it? It is to ask for reconsideration that the motion be withdrawn, because there's really no need to even have a motion. So basically where we're going to end up is if the staff report had read that she is not going to bill, and therefore there is no violation. And so there's nothing for us to do. It's just a report. And all that is left for us to do is to thank Commissioner Seidel for notifying the city as soon as she became aware of the violation.
Councilmember Nduri is correct as to the potential procedure going forward.
Okay, so now the next step is Commissioner Seidel's. If she will.
Do you understand? Hi, did you hear that?
So you just want me to say that I won't bill for the 855 or the 225? I will
Correct.
not bill for that money.
Okay, and
Right.
just thank you for notifying the city.
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Very much, very much.
Okay, I withdraw my motion. The motion that we authorize payment, authorize ability to bill. I withdraw that motion.
Sounds great.
And then can I just ask, the previous vote on waiving the exception is not recorded?
No, I move to, actually, I'm not sure exactly what the procedure is when you're moving to reconsider by withdrawal.
I think it's moved to reconsider the previous motion, which was to waive the violation. And once we have the vote on that, then it's up again, which I think then you can indicate that
okay.
you want to
So we
withdraw
have to
your
go through
motion
two.
and you want
I-
to withdraw your second.
Yeah, I move to reconsider the motion to waive the violation.
Second that motion.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so it is unanimous. And so do we have another motion?
I move to, I withdraw my original motion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to muddy the waters anymore. But now that we have taken that vote off, Commissioner Seidel has agreed not to bill for any of the work. There is no violation, right? So this basically wouldn't have come in this way as Councilmember Nduri said. So there doesn't need to be a vote, right?
To receive and file at this point, it's just an update to let you know this happened. But because no billing is occurring, as we've previously discussed, there's no violation of the policy.
Thank you.
It's just a formal, I'm withdrawing the motion, and Gina, Councilmember Dawson, I think seconded, so she would withdraw the second.
I do second.
Where we started.
I rescind the second, or I support your motion right now?
No, there's no motion.
Reconsidering.
I'm
sorry, you're
withdrawing my
reconsidering.
original.
Yeah.
We voted to reconsider the motion, the original motion. I'm withdrawing that original motion.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Nduri.
And I also thank Commissioner Seidel. I know this was definitely not what you were bargaining for when you were so proactive and to do this and put it forward. But the conversation deliberation was important, I also think too, I think we probably, with the order of things, it was kind of interesting. So it was a learning experience as well for how we did go through that in terms of maybe reimbursement should have been discussed first. Exactly. And then it would have offset this, but it was a good exercise to go through the deliberations as well.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Garinger, Vice Mayor Garinger.
Well, also, I wanted to thank Bob McLean for asking us to pull this. Really, my heart just goes out to Commissioner Seidel, and I know all of us, and I very much appreciate you coming forward and sticking with this. And as Councilmember Burke said, this was, I'm going to say, painful, I'm sure, for you, but also important as we go through these discussions. And so thank you again, and have 100% support. At least I can speak, and I'm seeing nodding, but for you as a commissioner. So just thank you.
Yes, thank you so very much. And thank you for staying on. And yes, like Teresa said, very painful. We appreciate you. We appreciate all you've done, and how you handled this was as best as you possibly could have. And we thank you for that. All right. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. We will go on to the next pulled item. And I believe that was J, item J.
G.
No,
Item
G.
Mayor.
Oh, that's right. G is first. Oh, the trash cans. That's right. Missed the trash cans. All right. Item G.
Yeah,
So
I asked that this be pulled. I spoke with Mike Moran about this afternoon. Over the years, we put a lot of thought and effort into our street furniture in downtown Lafayette. And I understand the issue with the problem with the existing trash receptacles and not being able to, well, it's not working out in terms of people putting recycling and trash in one way. So I think the big bellies are the way to go. I have to admit, I was aware the big bellies were being discussed, but I wasn't aware that they were going to replace all of the duets, the nice looking street furniture on Mount Diablo Boulevard. So I spoke with Mike Moran. I would just like, until the next meeting, to be able to consider this, because as I understand it, this didn't go to any city entity that considers the aesthetics of the downtown, which would be the normal process. And I see that there's a notice that's gone out for a special meeting for the Public Arts Committee just while we've been meeting. And unfortunately, I can't access that agenda, but I might mention that we might be taking this to the Public Arts Committee. Is that what that special agenda is? Can anyone access that? Oh, Mike, no, it's something else?
So no, this item is just being discussed now for the first time, and Councilmember Anduri is correct. This has not gone to like a DSMPIC or the Arts Committee, and we had a discussion today that my understanding is DSMPIC doesn't have a quorum right now. I don't know that it's disbanded forever, but it's not meeting at this time. And in fact, this project was mentioned to maybe go before that committee as part of the planning process. And you already heard from the Environmental Task Force earlier today. So it wasn't to avoid any process. But I have done a little more research, and this is how they come. You know, they come manufactured in one color, but you can do wraps and you can paint them after they're manufactured, so that if the art committee or any other group wanted to weigh in and say, we want to make them black, even though, you know, recycle is usually blue, we could do that as a city, and it would have a little added expense. But if that's the request, we could certainly go that route and then bring the item back for approval of funding at a future date.
Sounds great. Do we have any other questions for Mike? So I saw on this map, there are the existing cans that there were places where the duets got saved, right? And then where the
There
big
are
guys
some,
are going in.
yeah.
There are some, and you've got the big bellies, and then you got the really big bellies. That's how I was
Right.
reading that, right? And the really
That's
big
correct.
ones, the really big ones are going to the place where there's a lot of trash right now, right? And I showed my
Correct.
husband, we drove to Moraga. I go, hey, look, that's the trash cans. And it was overflowing at the park. And so so my concern is that we have a trash problem, right now. And I just wanted to clarify that was true, that not all of them are getting repaired. And there was some thought that went into it. And anyways,
So yes, the main ones being changed out are because we have capacity issues, and as Councilmember Anduri mentioned, we also have recycle issues where we have recycle cans as part of the duet, but that garbage in fact is not being recycled. It's being dumped because it's too much of a mixed stream and there's too much contamination in it. Whereas this separate system of Big Bellies seems to be doing a better job, where we're participating better as the public and separating our garbage better, partly because of how the receptacles are side by side and laid out in different shapes for that kind of thing. So.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Dawson.
I think also, Councilmember Anduri, that this did come before, well, the Environmental Task Force, ETF, has been talking about this, and particularly Commissioner Hugh was very concerned about, the overflow and the recycling issues. So I do believe that, I'm just agreeing with Mike that there was some obviously capacity issues, and it made sense where the placement was.
Yeah, no, I have sat in on every environmental task force meeting since I joined the council, and I've heard this discussed twice. I didn't realize until I saw this report what these were, well, how many they were replacing and where they're. I mean, it is the vast majority of duets along Mount Diablo Boulevard. My point on the environmental task force is not once during those discussions was there any discussion of the aesthetics of how they would look. And again, we've got a long history of trying to make Mount Diablo Boulevard look as good as it can. So I just wanted to move this to the next meeting and have a chance to, talk to Mike and, try to, before I vote on this, because it is, I understand the trash problem. I acknowledge that. I know we need to do something. I would just like to make sure that we can not do something that's going to be very different aesthetically from what we have now.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, so I guess we'll go to public comment.
No public comment on this item.
You don't see, so nobody's raising their hands. Okay. All right, so we will, I guess, close the public comment and then come back. So we have Vice Mayor Geringer.
Well, I apologize. So I did have a question for Councilmember Anduri and I guess Mike Moran. So if we don't vote on this tonight and we move to bring it back to the next meeting, is that realistic in terms of having it go before public art or another commission or committee? Or would you be comfortable voting on it tonight and then or you just think they're too big and wrapping them and doing the color warrants waiting? I'm just wondering how long this process will really take to reevaluate it.
So there would not be time to take this to another committee and bring this to council at your next meeting. Obviously, we'd have to work proposals out for, say, the art committee to evaluate and recommend to bring to the council. I can tell you we can paint them different colors, but the shapes and sizes are fixed. So that's shown in the staff report, and you can Google Big Bellies and see more specifications. So it just, if you sent me with direction and say, can we paint them black? I could come back to you at the next meeting and affirm, yes, we can paint them black. Actually, I could assure you that right now, because we talked with the supplier today, based on this discussion. So, but if you want more than that, if you want this to go through an aesthetics committee and say, you know, we want this, you know, to really look like this, and it turns out to be a specialty modification or something, that's going to take a little more time.
Two points. My staff report does not have pictures of each of the models that we're considering. There's a picture of a side-by-side Big Belly double station, but that's all. So I guess at a minimum, I'd like to see what the other ones look like.
Better graphics, okay.
So the high
Similar,
capacity.
but similar shape, but different size. Yeah, but
okay,
good,
and
good comment.
I was able to go to Walnut Creek and see those, and those aren't blue. So they have a specialty color for Walnut Creek.
I believe they're doing wraps. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't able to look. Again, we've spent so much time on getting the aesthetics right for Mount Diablo Boulevard, and we've got really nice street furniture now. Well, all I'm asking is we wait another. I wish I'd like more time to think about it. If you want to go ahead and vote, fine. It's I would prefer to have a little more time to look at it.
I'll make a motion to continue the item.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Well, I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, discussion. Is there, so to me, it does feel like we have is delaying this going to exacerbate the existing trash problem, because there is a lot of garbage downtown. And so is there anything, Mike, that you can see that we can do to help you out with that while deferring this? Or is deferring this okay and you're just going to keep up what you're doing and go more
I think
often?
it's okay. We actually have an interim measure, particularly at Plaza Park, where we're working with with Republic, to our service contractor for waste refuge. And, you know, we've added some capacity temporarily with anticipation of we're going to bring in, you know, a permanent solution.
Okay.
So if that happens 2 months later, I don't think in the grand scheme of things, it's going to change much. You know, unfortunately, the Big Bellies are pretty much the only item out there with this kind of technology. And honestly, I wish they had a competitor. That's kind of what I was waiting for. They're a little pricey. And then if they did, maybe, you know, they would have different artistic emblems to come up with or whatnot. But they are offered with wraps, which could come through, you know, an art committee process, and we could aftermarket paint them. Those are options, and we could be more specific on, you know, what we could bring back to the council. And if I guess I would recommend, if that's the route we want to go, that it would go through like the art committee in lieu of a disinpick. And I would maybe see, I see Narup, City Manager Srivatsa shaking her head. That would be my recommendation, just based on this discussion, so that we're clear that we're going to bring something in that's going to complement everything else we have downtown.
So Carl, can I make one little thing just to help in direction? We'll have a vote on this, but would it be okay if Plaza Park, which does seem to be the one that has the biggest garbage problem, if it had a different solution than Mount Diablo proper? Would that be something that is worth having Mike look into as well?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Right. Just to help for clarity. Like if this is the only solution for Plaza Park, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, there's an interim solution right now. It's not ideal, but if we need to modify that interim solution, we will.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion for a delay. So can we have a discussion, or we're ready? Okay. So Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we delayed. So now now we go on to 8J.
City Engineer Moran and Attorney Rob Hodel are available, Mayor.
Thank you.
And I think, yes, there he is.
Did you want to give a little bit of a quick summary and then we'll go to the discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the item that was pulled from consent tonight is related to the Terraces of Lafayette development project and its adoption for a mitigation improvement measure, which is a proposed traffic signal on Deer Hill Road at Brown Avenue. And obviously somebody spoke tonight and pulled this from consent. I did also, I was also looped into a couple of emails today with a couple comments or questions. One is, why is this item being addressed, specifically the Brown Avenue signal, when there is litigation pending surrounding the development? So that's kind of a greater question, if you will. And the response to that is because we don't have an injunction or a stay or any legal method to ask us to stop. So staff is processing this development project just like we would any other development project. So that's one thing I saw as a public comment, if you will. And another is just, why is this an item on consent calendar? And really it's on consent calendar because this has already been through a review process as part of the project itself. And this was a mitigation measure of a condition of approval of an approved project that went through even an appeal through this city council. So that's why it's on consent, because this is basically administration to follow through on what has already been approved. So I don't know if you have any other specific questions, and I'm sure that City Attorney Rob Hodel can speak certainly better than I can on the legal portions of this.
Yeah, and I'm happy to kind of take this as a segue, if that's okay with the council. And Narup had asked me to just speak to the legal reasons why the matter can be heard and acted upon this evening. And yeah, I think Mike's alluded to both these points, but the CEQA analysis for this action, for this agreement, and the traffic signal that would be implemented has already been completed. That analysis was, part of the final EIR that was certified in 2013 and the addendum that was approved by the council just last year. And those documents did already analyze this traffic signal mitigation measure and any secondary or kind of environmental impacts that it may have itself. And the members of the public had ample opportunities to comment on those impacts during the process of certifying the EIR and approving the addendum at the various planning commission and council meetings that were involved. So the item tonight before the council is really just simply implementing a mitigation measure that the city council has already approved in the by approving the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that was adopted in August last year, which again is, as Mike referred to, that's why this is a consent calendar item. And I also wanted to speak to the ability to stay or enjoin these types of proceedings. And Save Lafayette has entered into a stipulation, an agreement with both O'Brien, the real party at interest, the project applicant, and the city. And that stipulation has been filed with the court. And in that stipulation, Save Lafayette agreed not to seek a stay or injunction or otherwise stop the processing of the project with a key exception, which is that the O'Brien, as the real party, must give them 30 days notice before they start any physical site work. And that Save Lafayette can seek to stop such work after they receive that notice of physical site work. So the approval of this agreement tonight would not trigger the need for such a notice. And falls within the type of activity that Save Lafayette has agreed that it will not try to halt through that stipulation. I'd also just like to emphasize that it's, while there's nothing in the agreement that would prohibit O'Brien from proceeding with the traffic signal improvement before the litigation's concluded, it's very unlikely that they would do so because of both, the financial risk to them if they move forward and constructed the traffic signal, and the outcome of the litigation then prevented the project from moving forward. And also because under the terms of the mitigation measure, which is TRAF2 in the MMRP, the traffic signal doesn't need to be installed until before the first certificate of occupancy for the Terraces project. So that would give them plenty of time between the resolution of the litigation, if it resolves in favor of the project approvals, and the need for them to actually construct these improvements. So the agreement really is just a mechanism, a decision tonight would just be putting, if the agreement's improved, it just puts the mechanism in place for the mitigation measure that was already approved to go forward as per the prior approvals, if the litigation is resolved in a way that upholds the CEQA analysis and project approvals.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any questions from any council members? I had asked a question too, was is there any chance for any reason if the work did start and then the project didn't go through, would the city ever be liable? Would they ever come back to ask for us for money? Would the city ever have a chance of losing money on this in some fashion? And tell me if I'm wrong, is that Rob was saying that there's no way that the city could be held responsible for any of those fees, for any reason. That was something that I was concerned about, because the future is a little bit unsure, but it sounds like there's no way the city could be liable for this.
Right, under the terms of the mitigation measure and as implemented through this agreement, the sole expense and cost of designing and constructing the traffic signal improvements is the developers, with the exception that the city must bear the costs of essentially inspecting and approving the materials and the improvements once they're done. So that's the sole city cost, and that would be only if things got to the point where the improvements are, completed to the point where they're about to be accepted by the city. The only reimbursement obligation that there is, or anything similar to that, is that if they do go forward with the project, the Terraces project, they would be entitled to 75% of the actual construction costs would be credited towards the sub-regional traffic fees that the project would otherwise pay. There's no other obligation for the city to reimburse them for any fees. And the agreement is very clear, again, that it's their sole expense, and it's really their risk if they were to go forward before the project's approvals have been upheld in court.
Okay. Any other questions? No, I guess we'll go to public comment.
All right, we have a couple of hands raised. I'll remind folks, if they do want to provide public comment on this item, to use the raised hand function, and do so now. And first up is Jennifer, followed by Libby Henry.
Hi, good evening. I had requested that this item be removed from consent, first written and then verbally. And I just wanted to first clarify that if something is written to you as a removal from consent, my understanding is, especially during the Zoom time, that it should be removed from consent without having the speaker to request it. That was just one thing. But I find it interesting, I'm following the trash can debate, and that, while I completely agree with the council member who brought that up, that it deserves more time and attention, so does this. I feel like this is a very premature decision to be made of all the things to start doing for this site. I really need the council to say, what is the right thing for the city? If this project isn't built, do we want this? What is the push to be doing it? And then on top of that, how I feel it really offensive that it was put on a consent calendar. This is worthy of discussion. There's a lot of good discussion that even came from the attorney right now, and it's being rushed. And this project is something that's a hot topic for so many of us. Give us the time and attention to really be a part of every part of the process. And don't put something like this again on a consent calendar. Allow time for us to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Oh, Councilmember Burks.
I have a question for our council, Mr. Hodel. Jennifer, thank you very much. Rod,
I have a question. Come bring her back. You can bring her back though.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Rob, the last speaker, Ms. Paul, said if this project is built or something along those lines, but she said if. Just can you clarify for me? Didn't we vote to approve this project?
This project was approved with this mitigation measure that would include either a traffic signal or a roundabout at this location to mitigate the project's impacts. So I think the only if is, whether or not the project approvals prevail, the city's decision to approve the project prevails in litigation, as we expect that it should.
Okay, but the application was approved, project was approved. It's moving forward, like Mr. Moran said, because there's been no injunction filed. It's being processed. That's accurate?
Exactly. Typically, when a project's approved, there are like this. There's a mitigation and monitoring reporting program that has various mitigation measures, and some of them require additional paperwork, such as this improvement agreement, in order to fully implement the mitigation or to set the stage for the mitigation to be implemented when the time is ready for it.
Okay, thanks.
So Jen, yeah, sorry. So, this is a clarification for Mala. When somebody writes in about a consent to pull something off a consent and they request it, how is that supposed to be processed? Should I have pulled it automatically? Was that my mistake? Is my question, I guess.
Mayor, you would want to make sure whoever wants to pull it is in attendance as an attendee, so they would pull it, not you. Because if they're going to pull an item, you would want them to be in attendance to bring up the matter and why they're pulling it. Do you see? Okay. If you pull it and then nobody's there to speak to it, so that person has to be in attendance at the meeting to pull the item.
And
okay,
may I add another point is that the decision to pull any item off the agenda rests with the council. So while this council always obliges and removes items off of consent, you take a vote to remove an item off of consent. So it's not an automatic removal if someone requests that it be removed.
So actually on the website, it says that it can be requested by a member of the board or a member of the public prior to the time that the board votes on the motion to adopt.
I guess that means during the meeting.
But so there are,
I agree. Me too. I'm trying.
And I'm just saying I was in attendance via YouTube. So I think it needs to be clarified for the public.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I apologize. We will do our best to clarify
Great,
that. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, we have two hands raised. Libby Henry is next, followed by Cheryl McDonald. Here comes Libby Henry.
Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute myself. I just wanted to second what Jennifer had just said. The terraces is not a done deal. So going forward with anything to do with the terraces, particularly when it's in litigation at this very moment, seems very counter what the city council should be doing. It seems like, you know, the terraces wants to go forward with it and they forced you to approve it. And, you know, I don't know what the attorney is saying about the public has had all this time for input about this particular issue about the traffic signal. I would like to know why in the heck an approval at the intersection of Brown and Deer Hill for a traffic signal. I don't know what kind of discussion has gone on about that, but that can only benefit the people at the terraces. The traffic on Deer Hill in the afternoon and in the evening is ridiculous. And adding another traffic signal to stop it even more. You know, I just transcribed a city council meeting from 2015. Whatever happened to the idea of a roundabout? And why would you approve a traffic signal as a mitigation? As mitigations are supposed to be for the benefit of the community, not for the benefit of the developer. Am I correct in that assumption? That's all I have to say at this moment.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
This is still going forward. I would like to know what was all the discussion about this particular mitigation measure, and you know, what chance did the public have to have input on it? Because I've been following this very, very closely, and I didn't get it.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you, Ms. Henry.
All right, Cheryl McDonald is coming up next.
Oh, hi. So I was wondering if the attorney could restate the agreement with Save Lafayette. And then if this is approved, because it feels like this is kind of coming along kind of suddenly. If this is approved, you're not saying that this stoplight could go in prior to the settlement of this legal case, right? Because we wouldn't want the stoplight to go in if the terraces by chance fails in court. So I'm just wondering, things aren't very clear for the laymen that are out here trying to understand this. So if you could explain the deal with Save Lafayette again, and then if this is approved, it won't, are we saying that it won't be put in until after the development is, this whole case is settled in court? Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? So I think that's what he was saying, is that there's it's unlikely that they would start constructing it before litigation is done, even though I guess that they have that right to do that, but it would be really highly unlikely. And there's a 30-day when they have to tell Save Lafayette 30 days before they start any construction for Save Lafayette to file for an injunction if they would like to stop it.
Well, just to clarify this, the stipulated agreement between Save Lafayette and the city and the O'Brien as real property and interest provides that they will not seek to stay or join the project, except that if O'Brien does any physical site work on the property before doing that site work, O'Brien has an obligation to notify Save Lafayette with at least 30 days in advance that they're going to be doing physical site work. once that notice has been given to Save Lafayette does have the right to seek an injunction or otherwise seek a stay or seek court action to prevent the physical site work from occurring. But that doesn't cover that right of them to seek a stay. They've agreed not to seek a stay or injunction for non-physical work, such as, you know, approval of this improvement agreement, which would not instigate immediately physical work on the site. They would still have to proactively decide to do physical site work and then give that notice to Save Lafayette, which would give them a chance to go to ask the court to stop that work from going forward. And also, just to reiterate, while the agreement doesn't explicitly prohibit them from starting work on the traffic signal before the litigation is over, there's very little reason to expect that they would invest that money without being able to recoup it, unless they knew that they were going to move forward with the project and be able to get their credit towards the fees, and, you know, be doing it in a way that you know, benefits them by enabling the project to go forward, while also benefiting the city by mitigating the impacts at that intersection that were identified in the environmental documents.
Correct. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, we do, Mayor Candell. Mike is joining the meeting now. Okay, Mike, you're in the meeting, so go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I unmuted one code, but not another code for mute. I just note that the traffic signal there, for anybody who travels that area constantly, such as I do and such as others who rode in have done, such as many people in Happy Valley who are upset when they're parking, when the traffic is parked all the way back beyond BART to Happy Valley Road, that's currently. The good news is, as Mr. Hodel points out, probably nothing will happen until this lawsuit is resolved, which will take probably another 1.5 years or so. In the interim, the traffic along Deer Hill will get significantly worse. It's already very bad. So I'm hoping there's some latitude for the city itself to contemplate or reflect on whether they really want a traffic light there. I know that for some reason, it morphed from a roundabout, which the project manager way back when in 2017 indicated he had no interest in, but it was part of the bundle that was presented and discussed with the city. Consequently, the traffic light will actually slow the traffic, will cause traffic to back up across First Avenue or First Street, whatever that is, that leads down towards Mount Diablo, and make it worse back towards Happy Valley. So regardless of the data as is presented currently, the facts are there is no problem there to solve other than to let the traffic flow. There are very few cars that come out of Brown Avenue or the street opposite above Deer Hill. Consequently, what problem are you solving? I don't understand why you want to put an extra squibble, a wiggle on a design that's already very complete. So I would just hope the city has the option to perhaps review whether there's actually a need for that traffic light, so that if the courts vote in favor of the project, hopefully the city has an opportunity to save the commuters both ways, because it won't help the terraces people either. When the traffic light is on and the traffic is backed up to Pleasant Hill Road one way or Happy Valley the other way, that'll be the fault of the traffic light. So that's all I'm saying. Just food for thought there. There's ample time to reflect on it. I don't know that you have the legal wiggle room, but if you do, I think you should take it when you want to focus on that topic.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you. Thank you, Michael.
All right, Elliot is up next.
You're muted, Elliot. Thank you.
I second what Mr. Griffiths had to say. I have used that Deer Hill Road for access to downtown Lafayette for 20 years. I live in the Acalanes Ridge and area, and that intersection right now works very well. There may have been some complaints, but I can tell you that the vast majority of people who use the intersection on a daily basis, as I do and as my wife does, think that it works very well right now. And we view the installation of a nightmare as a installation of a traffic signal as a nightmare that's going to accompany this unfortunate housing project. There's absolutely no reason to rush it. You should wait and see what's actually going to happen in terms of development. You can't undo the light once you put it in. So if you're going to err and delay until closer to the time when you know you have to make a decision, rather than impose a tremendous burden on everybody who uses Deer Hill as the one clear way to get from where we live into downtown Lafayette.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
No more public comment.
Councilmember Burks.
Are we commenting, or are we in the comment period?
I think so. If we're no more, yes, I'll close the public comment, and yes, we will start making comments.
Okay, I'd like to actually move item 8J, staff recommendation to authorize the city manager to execute the mitigation improvement agreement, direct staff to record an executed agreement with the county. I'm making that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, so discussion. So I do have to say, I have studied those intersections and all the traffic reports. And even with the Holmes project, there was supposed to be mitigation measure at Brown. It surprised me at the times of the day where apparently there was heavy traffic. And even with just the Holmes project, roundabout or a traffic signal was a nexus. It rose to the level of needing a mitigation. And I did not like the roundabout. I like roundabouts. I didn't like it there because it was going to have to impinge on two people's driveways. Like literally their driveways were going to open up onto the roundabout, which I thought was almost a taking because they're on city streets now, and now they're going to be on a roundabout, which would be confusing and tough. And so the traffic signal, I thought, or I still do think is the right mitigation for that situation. And we even considered a traffic signal there for the new development on Brown at the base of Brown. Like that was something that's like, oh, wow, wouldn't that be nice if we could add a traffic signal there to help with that traffic? Even looking forward, unfortunately, with our new housing element, I see traffic no matter what in our town. It's going to get worse. And a traffic signal there, if it's required for the project, I have to say that I actually do support a traffic light at that spot. And I do believe that they won't start building it until after the litigation is done, because 75% of the costs would then not be covered if the litigation didn't go in their favor. So I don't think they're going to start doing it beforehand. So I have to say that I actually am in favor of this traffic light and don't see as much as others the need to delay it, as you've said, and I'm sorry for disagreeing with you on that point. So anyways, is there any other discussion? Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to reiterate, I think that I appreciate the speaker's concerns, but I do agree that it is a traffic issue. We have so many, and this is one that has been ongoing. I mean, the other issue is for emergency access. I mean, that's one of the big things that we have been talking about too. And I believe that this particular signal would be optimized, you know, to respond to the traffic patterns and to emergency access vehicles. So I think it's a good, no matter what, it's something we should be considering. And to Mr. Hoddle's description, it sounds like it's not going to just happen overnight, and they'll, you know, it'll be based on other things to come. So, but getting the mechanisms ready, I think, is important for staff too. So.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, so we'll take a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm also a yes, so it is unanimous. Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers. Okay, so I think we are done with the pulled consent. And now we go to council members' reports. Do we have any council member reports? Vice Mayor Geringer.
I was going to wait because I always raise my hand, or usually I just pass, but I saw people shaking their heads. So just a couple of things. One is Recycle Smart and Republic Services are going to be hosting a La Miranda compost giveaway on May 8th for the first time. And I do want to give credit to a constituent who came forward to ask about a number of questions. And I think we all got the email, but Councilmember Dawson and I serve on the Recycle Smart board. And so when he asked his questions, we got him information about the budget and how the rates are set, but also he asked about having a compost giveaway that isn't all the way out in Walnut Creek and having one more centrally located. So we went back and talked to the Recycle Smart team and to Republic Services, and they agreed that that was a great idea. So it will be on May 8th, which is the beginning of composting week, and it'll be from 9 to 3. We're working still on logistics of where it will be. The school district is interested, but trying to figure out if they can actually accommodate on either side of it. And so also looking at the BART station or the Our Savior's Lutheran Church. The people will be notified because registration is required. You have to have an appointment. If you don't have an appointment, you can't. They will turn you away. Outreach will begin tomorrow, and you'll be able to register on the recyclesmart.org site. You'll be able to get up to 50 pounds in plastic buckets. So coming to do that, and it's open to residents of La Miranda, Moraga, and Lafayette, Moraga, and Orinda. And so I do want to thank Chris McCune for bringing this forward. And if you don't ask, sometimes you don't get the outcome that you want. And so that worked out great. At our retreat, so just 2 more items. At our retreat, we discussed having a council member protocol or handbook sort of bylaws. I'd like to ask at the next meeting, we consider forming an ad hoc committee. When I brought it forward and brought the 156-page, very thorough Walnut Creek handbook, it wasn't the intention that we would have one that big or that staff would carry all of the heavy lifting. So I would like us to consider having 2 council members take the first stab at that and bring it back to the council. And then the last but not least is I know that we back in January heard a request to have the Safe Routes to Acalanes presentation come forward. And I had asked that we do that. And then in March, the last several months, we always have agenda, I don't want to call it fatigue, but lots of opportunities for lots of agenda items. And so I know that it didn't make it through that process. In the interim, that corridor on the safe route to Akalani's has an opportunity to have potentially have budget funding. And I know we all received this communications. Assemblymember Bauer Cahan is interested in and is bringing forward a proposal. I understand there may be some other solutions. So I'd like to ask that we take that through the process of TransCirc or however that works out, but have that come back on the next meeting or the first meeting in May so that we don't risk losing, I want to say it's about $260,000 for the design of a solution in that corridor. And so if there's nodding of a head or other support, I would love to have that happen. And I know the mayor probably, I know we can only say so much because of where we are in our meeting, but I would love to have that come back.
Absolutely, thank you. And I was going to comment on that too. That was why it got pulled, because there's other proposals from the Safe Truck report that came through TransCirc for that intersection for that specific purpose. And it just, for our due diligence, let's at least look at those before giving our blessing 100%. We can bring everybody along with us and get consensus and not face other, people saying, why didn't we look at it? Okay, we looked at it and now we're still going forward. So please, yes, I do support bringing it to the next meeting or as soon as we possibly can and not avoid the missing out of that money. And then also I met with Streetlight, and I know CCTA is working with them too. And they use them. It is a big data traffic modeling software based on cell phone. And so basically you can put down virtual of those traffic count things that we put in the streets. You can put them down virtually wherever you want and get traffic counts. CCTA is working on them. They want to make it a regional solution. And I hope we can bring it back to discussion for Lafayette to support that concept, because if we would be able to use it well as well. We have a transportation planner now, and hopefully we can consider going in with that program with the rest of county and supporting that so we could use it too. Even if we have traffic reports that we request from outside traffic consultants, they would get our free access, and so we wouldn't have to pay, they wouldn't have to incur that cost as well. So it seems like it would be a nice solution if we could bring it back. Also,
I support bringing it back. I do want to, anyway, I can't actually comment on it beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Great. And Firewise, I had a bunch of people asking, and I want to see if we can think about best how to get Taylor King involved and have him more visibility to all of our neighborhoods, because Chief Broussard was saying it is going to be a bad wildfire season and we should be jumping on this right away. And so whatever that looks like, if it's a public forum, if it's just a city council item, whatever, if we can think about bringing that back, that would be great. Nirup, thank you.
Mayor, the chief and I have been talking about bringing the fire district, the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and CERT together to the council in May to have really a summit on emergency preparedness and fire prevention so that we can all be on the same page and then start to prepare for the fire season. And folded into that would be Firewise. I just wanted to let you know that.
Councilor Burks, yeah.
Yeah, just and Mala cut me off if I'm stepping out of line here, but just in my time on crime prevention and my first couple of years on the council, they'd come to council meetings and we would do it, and Nirup has said, which is great. We had 30 attendees tonight, but we'd also have town halls in veterans or in the library. And hopefully we're getting close, maybe just do something outside depending on COVID, but it was standing room, hundreds and hundreds people. But the commissions did a really good job and kind of, facilitating that with staff. So all I would say is that, maybe do it in a couple different ways, because I agree with you, Susan. We should start talking about it now very seriously.
Yes, and also maybe doing something like a town hall to get more visibility on the topic would be interesting. All right, thank you. Anything else? Councilmember Anduri.
Since Vice Mayor Geringer mentioned the council handbook, I'll just say that I had been prepared when the time was right to volunteer to do a first draft of the council handbook if anyone would like me to do that. So when that's on the agenda, I'll let that be known.
Thank you. All right, city manager update.
Just wanted to let the council know that the mayor and I are going to be attending the Lafayette Homeowners Council meeting tomorrow evening. They have speakers talking about housing, and the mayor has been invited to lend the more Lafayette perspective, and I will be there to support her.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
Okay. All right, so now we'll go on to item 13C on the bills.
As Casey's coming in, and in the interest of time, I'm going to make my staff report really brief. Specifically, the Ledge Committee met last week, and there was a consensus opinion on most of the bills, but on two bills, one of them, there was a difference of opinion, and that's AB 617. So we seek council's direction on AB 617, which Casey will explain. And the Ledge Committee also needed additional information on SB 60, which is Senator Glazer's bill. And so we're continuing that matter so that we can gather more information from the senator's office.
By the way, the Ledge Committee is the mayor and me.
Yes, I forgot. I apologize. The Legislation Committee is Mayor Kandel.
Yes.
But really run by Naru. And Casey.
And Casey.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. As Narup mentioned, AB 617 is a bill by Assemblymember Davies. This is a bill that would allow local government cities or counties to voluntarily enter into agreements to transfer a portion or all of their RENA allocations to another city or county. The bill does also allow that as part of that agreement to transfer RENA allocations, the transferring entities could enter into an agreement that could include surcharges to offset impacts associated with the cost of this housing on the transferee city. And then also 617 would require reporting to HCD on any transfers that are made pursuant to the provisions of the bill. AB 617 right now has not yet been set for committee hearing. It is non-fiscal, so it does have a slightly later deadline than some of the other bills that are before you this evening. It would need to make it out of the Housing Committee and the Local Government Committee prior to May 14th in order to continue moving. Since the bill hasn't been set for hearing, there isn't an official list yet of support and opposition, though I can probably speculate as to where that might be if there are any questions about that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Do you have any questions? I do want to maybe clarify, we did send a letter out on SB 765 as well. Am I allowed to say that even though it wasn't on the agenda because we sent it out on Friday?
It can be mentioned that there was an urgency to submit a letter that's a letter that our position was consistent with the legislative platform, and Casey drafted a letter for the mayor's signature, which I'll be sending to the full council tomorrow.
It was actually a support position.
Yes.
Yes, right, thank you. Great. So do we have any questions for Casey or Nirup or anybody? I guess we'll go to public comment.
No
then
public
we'll-
comment at this time.
Okay, all right.
Susan,
if
did we not agree on that one?
Yeah, remember, because
I thought we did.
no, you didn't like it and I did.
I thought the only one that we weren't eye to eye on was Senator Glazer's bill for fines.
No, this was the trading, allowing cities to trade RENA allocations between cities.
Right. Okay. But we're all, so we're gonna cover the Glazer bill as well.
We don't have information right now.
The committee
No.
asked staff and Townsend to get more information on how Senator Glazer's bill would impact a future ordinance that we develop locally.
Okay.
We could
that's
increase
for-
the fines over
the fines.
$5,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yep, all right. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay, so Councilmember Dawson.
I just wanted to find out this AB 617, if you guys were not agreeing on it, where you kind of both fell.
So I brought it. I'm in favor of it, and that was based on arguments. So Southern California is about a year ahead of us in our RENA cycle, and they got these massive allocations, right? And there were cases where cities didn't think they got enough, and then there were cases that other cities, well, we think we've got too much, and there's no mechanism to trade, housing allocations, and so they actually had agreements set up, and then found out that they were illegal, and they went, oh, and that's why this bill came about. I don't know if we would ever use it. I don't know. I'm just saying that was something that some cities found to be very helpful in situations where they found partnerships and where cities don't have a lot of control. It was one little piece of control. So that's why I supported it, or I still support it.
I guess I was against it, and completely respect the mayor's position on it. I was against it because I see it as horse trading. I mean, there's a process that's been defined for housing allocations for a reason, set by a government agency, and then they give cities the right to make deals with other cities in the state to either take their numbers or give their numbers. I see that as bad public policy. I don't. To me, it demeans the entire process to being illegitimate, and we're getting screwed here. So, is it going to help us? No. Is it going to help Palo Alto? No. I mean, to me, it's a law that weakens the process that we don't like. It's just, to me, it didn't sit well. It's like I said, horse trading.
Thank you both.
So I guess we need to vote on that.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask, so what's next? Okay.
Yeah. So if there's a motion to, I don't typically make motions, and so I will let somebody else put a motion out there.
Was there? Oh, I won't make a motion either. I just was wondering. I thought Carl was going to say something. But he put his...
Are you looking for a motion to go one way or another with that?
I think we need it. Yes.
Okay, yes. That's just to give my thoughts then. I see both of your points in terms of the ability, since it's like whatever one city doesn't do, it's a zero-sum game anyway. It has to go somewhere. So it's basically giving the ability for people to Cam's description, Councilmember Burke's description, horse trade. But I do agree with Councilmember Burke that if the system was right in the first place, this should really be working out that right way. And I kind of go back to, questioning then the initial, how they allocate the numbers. So if that's kind of broken, or if that's working correctly, you figure this wouldn't be happening. So I don't know. I'd have to say that I don't think it's a good idea. Perfectly understanding the ability that it offers, it doesn't, I don't think it does behoove us. So that's my thoughts.
Oh, sorry, Carl raised
Oh,
his
go,
hand. I was just jumping in, completely not raising my hand at this point. I actually agree with Councilmember Burks, and want to make the point that that it completely undermines the RENA methodology going forward. Some of what I'm hearing, though, is that the person who's questioning this and are the people who are pushing this, Assemblymember Davies, to put this bill forward. It's not the people who have put forth the housing methodology. But I don't think that this is a bill that I would support.
Okay. Councilmember Dury, did you, go ahead.
Just to get part of this out of the way, I was going to move to approve the legislative committee's position on all the other bills and authorize the mayor to sign the letters.
Okay, so then what do you want to do about 617?
Nothing. I think the council just remains silent on that and wait and see what happens. I don't think we need to vote whether we approve or not.
So Carl, that was a motion, Carl?
That was a motion to approve the committee's position on all the other bills, the bills, and authorize the mayor to sign the letters.
Second.
Well, then we're not deciding on the one we just had a discussion on.
But was there a motion on the floor
Discuss
on
that
that
later.
one?
I'm just making this motion to get everything else out of the way.
Got it. Sorry.
Yes.
I missed your first part there.
Sure, so we can do it like that. That's fine. So I have a motion and a second. So do we want to have any discussion on that? No. Okay, so let's take a vote. So Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Burks?
They were really great decisions, so I would say aye. Well,
Councilmember Dury?
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And I'm also aye. Yes, thank you. And so that is passed. And now, do I have a motion for 617? Councilmember Dury?
Well, no, I don't intend to move anything on that. I don't see the need to either send a supporting letter or an opposition letter. I think we see what happens with that. And if I had to vote today, I would vote to oppose it. But I just don't see a need to weigh in on that.
That's fair. Yeah.
you know what? I'll go ahead and move to that we oppose the bill.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. So do we have any discussion? Vice Mayor Geringer, do you want to say anything?
No, I was before the motion got made, just asking about timing and everything.
I'm
and
sorry,
was-
Teresa.
Oh, no, it's okay. Just to the point about we can oppose it now, which we'll vote on right now, or do we wait on it? But I'm happy to do the vote now.
So Councilmember Burks, is it your intention that we would send a letter?
Yes. I just want to, it's my intention that we move and that I do see a reason that we wait on the one I got twisted on, Senator Glazer's bill, because there was a reason to wait on that one that we discussed. I don't see a reason to wait on this one. I don't think it's good public policy. I think it undermines the RENA methodology. I think it's bad altogether. So.
Okay. All right. So do you have any discussion?
Clarifying that the motion is to take an opposed position on AB 617.
Yes.
And write a letter. Yes. Opposed position. Yes. Yes, Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to add to that, I think this, aside from undermining the RENA methodology, as Councilman Burks mentions, I also think it could create some inequities, the people who can afford to pay subsidies to offset the RENA numbers, if that's how this is going to be worked out. I don't know if that's a very good way to go about this. So I think there's a few issues with it that I see. So.
Thank you. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor in a second, so we'll take a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Burks? Councilmember Burks?
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And I'm a no, so thank you. So it's the 4-1. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are going on to,
Thanks, Casey.
yes, very much. Thank you for all the work on helping
Thank
with
you,
that. Okay, so we'll go to 13D. That is the
Is this me?
yours.
So, 13D, right? I'll just pull up.
Yes.
So, many of you know Pippa Fisher, who works for the Loma Weekly. She is a journalist who covers Lafayette. She's been doing so for many, many years. And when we used to meet in the library, would be typically the sole individual at the back of the room at 3 a.m, waiting to cover the last issue. And then reporting, the next Tuesday on every important matter, and informing the city in a very objective way, and getting to the city readership in a way that the Loma Weekly, and you all know the readership of that paper is immense, and informing them of the policies that we've made and shaped for the future of Lafayette. She's made a tremendous impact, I believe, on the city through journalism and through transparency and through open press, which I certainly believe in as a pillar of government. And she's done, like I said, so very objectively. I've been on both sides of her print, as we all have, and that's what's impressed me the most. And she's done so with incredible zeal, and fantastic and accurate writing. And she's just been persistent like no other. So a journalist with integrity, who has transparency, who practices this democratic value that I think we all really stand up for, is a person that I believe elected officials should admire and recognize. Ms. Fisher has announced that she'll be retiring from the Loma Weekly. I believe in May. I might be wrong, but soon. And I thought it would be appropriate for this council to recognize what she's done for this city in terms of keeping the readership informed on our happenings and what we've decided, and actually pulling people into the debate. And I think more than any other print or TV or radio around. So that's led me to make this. I don't know if it's a motion or an idea, or but would like to recognize her with a proclamation tonight before her retirement.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so glad you thought of this and made it happen. She deserves it. And I know we've probably never done this before. We may never do it again, but that's Pippa, right? Yeah. And that's how much she means to all of us. Oh, so great. So do we have a motion? Do we have to vote on it? Drew?
You also have some public speakers.
Yeah. And,
yes.
If you would, Mayor, would you like to invite Pippa to join us here?
I would love that.
Yeah. Thank you. She is.
All right, here comes Pippa now.
And I don't know if we want to do it, but her editor who wrote the comments in the resolution, we may want to invite her in as well. Hi, Pippa. Yay.
Hi, Pippa. Do you want to do that now or as part of public comment?
I'd say it's up to Pippa.
Oh, I have no idea. I've never been on this side.
I know. Welcome.
I'm always here with you, but
we can.
I think we
guess
should
so.
pull in Jennifer now. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, it's the La Marinda Weekly family, right?
Yes.
All right, here she comes.
That's not just an idea.
I don't know if I'm here,
Hello.
but
So we can hear you but not see you. But that's okay.
that's just fine.
Okay. Thank you for coming and writing your comments. Do you have any comments to say about Pippa?
Well, she's fantastic and we're going to miss her desperately. She's an incredible person, an incredible journalist, and she's been a fantastic part of our team for a long time. So we're going to miss her.
You know, thank you. We will too. Pippa, do you have anything to say before we go to public comment?
just that I'm so very grateful to have had this chance. It's something that I've learned so much from, and all the people I've met through this, it doesn't matter what their opinions are and how widely differing their opinions are. There's a lot of people that love Lafayette. A lot of people have Lafayette's best interests at heart.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't.
And La Marinda Weekly has just been a great experience. It's a wonderful group of people. So we have a lot of fun.
Good. Well, you can always come back or change your mind, Pippa, honestly. People do it
Yes.
all the time, all
I
the time.
agree. I will be paying close attention.
Okay. All right. So I guess it's, if anybody else have any comments, we'll go to public comment.
All right, give me half a sec here. All right, coming up next is, we have two hands raised. First is Stephen Bliss and then Cheryl McDonald. So here's Stephen Bliss.
Hi, everybody. Mayor
Hey.
Kendall, council members, good to see everybody. And Pippa, great to see you this evening. I was really excited to see when I looked at the agenda that this proclamation was going to be up. I just want to briefly say that, you know, as we all realize, you know, local media and good local governance go hand in hand. And I've just been really amazed at the caliber of work Pippa does, and you know, the three things I would just highlight: she's deeply committed to good local government and to making sure that she's keeping residents informed. She's great to work with. She's just a wonderful, easygoing, incredibly intelligent person, and just always fun to work with. And also just really committed to getting things right and to accuracy, and was always very forthcoming about emailing me or calling me just to fact check something or make sure she got a quote right, or just to make sure that she was informing the residents with accurate news. And I just want to say that that role has always been important, but I think particularly over the last couple of years when you really had the media being attacked on various fronts, even from the highest levels of government, I think that role was particularly important and took a certain amount of bravery to continue going ahead with that. So Pippa, it's an honor to have a chance to pop on briefly in public comment, and wish you well, and to just thank you for your great service to the people of Lafayette and to La Marinda. Good luck in whatever comes next. I'm sure our paths will cross in the coming months and years, and just a deep and profound thank you for all your work and your commitment to our community. And also thanks to Councilmember Burks and to the council for considering this proclamation. Good to see everybody, and Pippa, congratulations on your retirement. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Cheryl McDonald.
It took me on a journey to get here. Kim, I'm so thankful you brought this on this agenda. I came to this meeting just for this item number, even though I've been here all night. I came for this because I didn't want to miss it. I first started attending meetings, and I always sit in the back with my pillow so I can stand and sit. And I always saw this lady sitting in the back left corner writing and taking notes, but never speaking. I never knew who she was until we struck up a conversation and found out she was Pippa, and the lady I always read every week in the paper. And we've definitely connected over the years over issues. And I can't agree more than what Steve and Cam have both said tonight about her. I'm not going to try, but as a resident and someone who sat in front of all these meetings over these years, I found her to be very objective, easy to deal with, transparent, and really honest. And you can't ask for more than that from someone that's writing in your local paper. It's just amazing the caliber of writing that we got, and not just the easy issues, but taking on the tough stuff that we've had to deal with over the last years. So Pippa, thank you for your time that you spent writing in the paper every week, and we can read every week on our doorstep. And congratulations, it was an honor, and good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl.
All right, no more public comment, Mayor Kandel.
All right, Councilmember Dawson.
Well, I definitely have to give just everything wonderful that people have said about Pippa ditto. Definitely, Pippa, you've taught me so much about Lafayette through your writing, and you have done wonderful things, and the integrity is just, I can't even put a good descriptor around what you do. You make complex issues, you help make them understandable. You have all different angles that you're coming from, and I do appreciate that, especially getting to know you through Save Lafayette Trees work, and then the Gas Safety Task Force and the Alliance. It was really wonderful that you were able to express ideas and get them out there. And throughout all that, I am also very proud to consider you friend, because you're just a person of great integrity and a person of great professionalism, and you're inspirational on a lot of different levels. So thank you very much. We'll be keeping track for sure. And once again, sorry we keep you again till the very end here, but the good old days, right? So another good memory. So thank you very much for all the work you've done for our community. Appreciate it.
Oh, Vice Mayor Geringer.
So I won't keep Pippa longer than we have to, but I also want to just say thank you. And I don't think that when you were in the room, maybe others do know what you're going to be going on to, but very much wishing you and your husband and Digby the best in your retirement. But do want to just say that everything everyone has said about your integrity and just the very thoughtful way that you looked at every issue was very much to be admired and respected. And when you talked about being in the back of the room, or Cam or someone said, and Pippa was always the very last one there, I do have to say that I did picture you and Cheryl McDonald in the back of the room at the very end with us. And so glad that you guys did make that connection glad that these long meetings did help to establish friendships. But thank you very much. I hope that our paths do continue to cross, and that you enjoy your retirement very much.
All right. Oh, thank you, Pippa. If you ever come out of retirement, please just as a reference, if you need to get another job, just have them play this little love fest for everything good that you've done for all of us for so long and so nicely. And I liked what Gina said, is I do consider you as a friend as well. And I cherish that. Anyways, good luck. Don't be a stranger. Let us know where you are after you go. Take care. Oh,
And Councilmember Burks, did you do a motion?
Oh, do I need
Yes.
that? I'm sorry. God,
We still need to, yes.
I'm clapping. Well, no, I would, I
Yes.
would be honored to make the motion and to go ahead. I'll read the script here.
And
To
I'd be
go ahead.
honored. I'd be honored to second it, but before you read the script.
Okay. No, I'd be honored to adopt a proclamation recognizing Pippa Fisher for all she's done for our community over many, many years, and to wish her all the best in the future, and to thank her with all my heart.
All right. Thank you. So motion and second, vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am also an enthusiastic yes. So thank you very much. It's unanimous. Okay. All right. So now 13E. A proclamation from Councilmember Anduri and Dawson.
Okay, well, we start from the proposition that we're all in this together. We need to stand behind all our residents. And in our community and across the nation, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are being singled out for harassment and violence. So this resolution is a way to oppose that violence and call attention to the fact that May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and an opportunity for all of us to deepen our understanding of the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the fabric of our community and our nation. So I move adoption of the proclamation that's in your materials.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Do you have any So I guess, do you have any questions, or should we go to public comment and then come back for comments? All right, no questions. Oh, Councilmember Dawson.
I just wanted to make a comment. I thank Councilmember Anduri for bringing this resolution forward and combining such obviously noble things in terms of standing in opposition to anti-Asian violence and the Heritage Month. Being of Asian ethnicity, I've never thought about it before. I just, we're all this together. I mean, America is, so I appreciate him bringing it forward so that it's something that all members of our community can also know that we are for sure in opposition to this and want to celebrate our togetherness as well as the differences that we have. That makes Lafayette and our community and all over the world unique. So thank you. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, so I guess we'll go to public comment.
Well, there was a hand up, but it's down now. So I guess we have no public comment, Mayor Kandel.
Okay, so does anybody have any other comments?
Mayor, this includes placing a banner in the community banner box, right? Just want to make sure that it's part of the motion.
No, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Excellent. Yes. So will you modify your motion to include the banner box?
Yes, to approve the resolution and to request that a banner be placed in the banner box at the beginning of May.
Excellent. And the second also goes along with that change. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks. Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am an aye. So we are unanimous. And thank you guys so much for pulling this forward. Very consistent with our whole efforts in our community right now to support them. Well, anyway, so written communications. We've got 14A. So we've got the letter. Now, how should we, so should staff do this, or how would we like to entertain this in proclamation? So
There is no staff report. We are offering a proclamation for your consideration.
Sounds great. Yes, and I thank you for doing that. So process-wise, should we, if anybody has any questions, or should we go to public comment and then come back and
Yes.
speak? Okay, does anybody have any questions?
No.
No. Oh, Councilmember Anduri.
Well, just so anyone who's commenting publicly will know, I'm planning to offer a replacement for the now therefore sentence, which I've sent to Joanne just so she could look at it, but to put it in form of the other resolution, and to make clear that there isn't a National Arab American Heritage Month, I'd propose that it read, now therefore be it resolved that the Lafayette City Council declares April 2021 to be Arab American Heritage Month in the city of Lafayette.
Thank you. Yeah, duly noted. Okay. So do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Great. So do I have a motion?
Well, I'll move adoption of the proclamation with the substitute resolved clause.
And I'll second.
Great. Thank you. Any comments? I just have a comment. Thank you, Lynn Cass, for making us aware of this issue. And
Absolutely.
absolutely consistent with our equity and inclusion efforts in our city. So let's have a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it is unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you, Lynn, for bringing this to us. All right, so now 14B, we just have a receive and file from the letter from Department of Transportation. So all we have is the letter. Does anybody have, yeah, I was gonna have any questions, yeah.
I'm just going to fire one last bullet tonight. I think for anybody that ever watches this on YouTube who's in school, this is a great example of government bureaucracy at its worst. And I'm disgusted with Caltrans for sending a letter like this, where, you know, they go on for 2 paragraphs, assume responsibility, and then transition into that said, and then throw the California Highway Patrol under the bus. The author of the letter, Ms. Dina Al-Tawanzi, should be ashamed of this correspondence. And she is in no way represents any type of leadership associated with Caltrans. And I just wanted to state that for the record.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anduri.
Well, basically, my reaction after reading down to that said paragraph was, huh? This is it? So I agree with Councilmember Burks. I think the question is whether we follow up on this. I mean, I'd be tempted to go back and say, well, what has been done? You know, talking about what you're talking, well, what has been done, what course of action has been determined, you know, rather than just leave us hanging on this.
Right. Okay.
I would agree.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
Mayor Candell, we do have public comment on this.
Okay, that's it. All right. So are we ready to go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public
All
comment.
right, Libby Henry is going to join the meeting now.
Hello?
Hello.
Where is it that the public can see this letter? Because
It's in our agenda. It's online in our agenda, the link.
there's a link in the agenda. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because it sounds to me like I totally agree with Councilmember Burks and Anduri that this isn't sufficient and it shouldn't just be, I see the recommendation of receive and file. And that's it. I mean, there should be some follow-up to this since it doesn't appear to be satisfactory. And I would guess that a lot of the public in Lafayette would agree with both the council members on that. I don't know what it sounds like the gist of their letter was basically, too bad, it's our problem, call the CHP. Which leads us nowhere and doesn't solve anything. So I'm not sure about this process of receive and file. And then we just forget about it when the problem still exists. That doesn't seem appropriate in this case. Well, in a lot of cases, but in this case.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, no, thank you, Libby.
Okay, no more public comment.
Okay. Thank you. So I did put this on because it is, I wanted everybody to see this and understand the situation where we don't own the bridge and our government entities are not doing what they say or saying what they do and not, you know, they have policies and don't enforce them or don't even really try to enforce them. And that's just the situation that the city is in. And I don't know, we have engaged them, we've tried. And then we get this formal letter that says, yeah, no, we're still not going to. I don't know what will change that. And I just want to say that it's untenuous. We've looked at many options. I know Nirup and Mala and Ben and I continue constantly trying to see what can happen, and there isn't much the city can do. And I wish that were different. If we owned the bridge, I think that we would have been able to, at least, you know, we would have had some authority with the fixturing and the policies that we have for distracting drivers on the freeway. It is unfortunate. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that is the situation that we are in officially. Councilmember Nduri.
So again, I would suggest that since the letter says that Caltrans partners with the California Highway Patrol to determine an appropriate case-by-case course of action, that we respond by asking, and what is that course of action in this particular case? Could you let us know what has been determined?
Can we discuss that now to write another letter, Mala?
I'm concerned about if it's a council directive to write another letter, it wasn't agendized as such. It was really more agendized as, I think, an FYI. And so obviously the city manager can follow up on questions or requests, but if you want a council letter, such as the original letter that went out with this additional question, I think we would need to agendize it separately.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm tempted to withdraw my suggestion.
Oh, I was just going to follow up on that. If we can direct Nirup then to follow up with that intention of asking, you know, the follow up of, okay, what are you doing? Would that be something we could do, Mala, as opposed to council?
Yes,
okay.
I think so. I think you can, but it would just come from the city manager and it wouldn't be a formal letter from the council.
Okay.
So it wouldn't, let me just make that, I'm sorry, I know it's late, but and this isn't demeaning at all to our CEO, Nirup, it would not be signed by the mayor.
No, it would not.
So for it to be signed by the mayor, it would have to come back.
Correct. I don't think it was agendized as such to be a council directive, which the mayor signed, so.
I would suggest it be signed by an elected California official, to be honest with you, and the leader of our city. And there's a lot of very well-known people in Lafayette. So
okay.
That's my 2 cents.
I guess I'm just seeing this as a
Right.
follow-up, and if, depending on the answer, then we would send the big letter.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I mean, would it be acceptable if we just asked Narup and Susan to, if Susan was amenable to it, to just do it? And
Well,
not
I
come
don't
back?
think, I don't think
can't
it would
write a letter.
appropriate for the mayor to write the letter.
No, I mean,
is what-
yeah, but we've done it before where we've said, yeah, make a decision on writing a, you know,
And it's been agendized such as you did, for instance, with some of your other ledge
there's been-
positions.
but there's been times where there's been urgent or emergent issues where we've given the authority to the mayor to send correspondence.
I just don't think, Councilmember Brooks, that it's been agendized
Okay.
to have that
Okay.
type of discussion.
All right.
I think it was agendized to just as an FYI, as here's the letter.
So I'm going to suggest, and if anyone disagrees, that's fine, and then we won't do it. But I'm going to suggest that the city manager just send an innocent follow-up letter to this saying, we talked about discussing the action. What is that action? Just let us know. And if the answer to that is not satisfactory, then we agendize it.
That seems like a logical conclusion to me as well.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Carl. That's the logical thing, but this thing has been a thorn in the city's side for a long time. I personally want to call the leadership at Caltrans that I know and work with, and at the CHP, and say, what the F on this? Get off and do something. This letter is a joke.
Okay, there is one other element here, and Mala, I don't know if we can do this, but I'm wondering if we could ask the city manager to report on the correspondence with, or the information requests that have gone to to the CHP.
I think she can give a brief report about it. I wouldn't want to have a full discussion about it. I think then we're starting to veer off track from the agenda description.
Okay, then before she reports, I'll just give two facts. One is that in March, the council received a letter from a Moraga resident reporting, telling us about a rear end accident under the overpass during a demonstration. And there was one other reported next door 2 weeks later of another one. And so I shouldn't say anything more. The city manager can.
I'll be brief. The council did ask for accident data from the CHP for 6 months, working backwards from March, and we did receive that information. We asked for the information for the entire month of March, and were told that we needed to file another request for information for every month that we're asking for. So the chief has requested accident data for the month of March. He will continue to do that every month so that the city can track the accident data on Highway 24. I know the mayor and I have talked. The coding that comes with the data that's presented does not include distracted driving, the reason behind the accident. So we will be pushing and asking for more explanations when the next reporting period ends.
But it is correct that the chief has requested the accident report from the March 5th accident and has not received it, even though it's April 12th today.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to ask, I'm going to go ahead as a council member and follow up with the commissioner of the CHP in Sacramento and the executive director of Caltrans. And I'm just going to do it on my own. Is that okay with you, Mala?
It is not something that I'm looking to have you get direction from the council. So if that's what you're going to do, I don't know that you need to discuss it right now. And I think at this point, we keep veering a little bit off. So if that's what Councilmember Works wants to do as an individual, he can do that, but it wouldn't be with the consent of the council. I think if you're looking for that, we should just agendize this for a future meeting.
Okay.
And have a broader discussion.
Okay.
I'm good with that, to take your advice, Mala. Thank you. All right, any other comments?
So Mayor, I'm hearing that I will send a letter to Ms. Dina El Tawansi, following up, asking her what the course of action she would expect Caltrans to undertake. I will copy in that letter all the people she has copied, including our legislators, because I think that's another avenue we can investigate.
Great, and also follow up on those accident reports from the CHP.
That's correct. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. And I would say that we're adjourning, but we're not. We're going to go back to closed session. We'll take a
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Thank you.
It's 11 o'clock, 11:05. All right.
Thank you.
Cam, are you going to make it or no? Yeah, No.
I'm sorry, I can't make it.
totally fine. We got you.
Okay, see ya.
Right.
Have a good night.
Bye. All right. So we have enough? We have a quorum? So, all right. So I say we'll come back from closed session with no,
Carl, oh, sorry, Carl is,
would he like to wait? Okay.
oh, he's over there. No, he's, he's coming in.
Okay. So we're back in closed session with no reportable action?
Correct. We
And
just council gave direction to staff.
Correct. And we can adjourn the meeting.
Bye
Thank-
again.
Bye.